Hello. Hi. How you doing? Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hello, welcome. Hi Nexus. Hi Brian. Quench me for I am the thirsty ones. One of the thirsty ones as well. Heck yeah, we need more Tekken. See, even Bird needs dragons as well. I need dragon. Also, by the way, my body hurts. Guess I was right last night. We about to get wet up in this bitch. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell fucking yeah. Imagine getting wet. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, for dragon. Are we already getting unhinged? Like within 5 minutes of stream? Well, I'm all about that shit. Hell yeah. I'm okay with this. Anyway, hope you are doing good. Yesterday was a very busy day actually, right? I'm kinda surprised too, right? Because the person, I forgot to open up. Okay, there we go. The person just suddenly arrives all of a sudden, right? And then it's like, huh, right? Me and my mom just goes like, huh. We almost became a villager in Minecraft, right? We saw this huge ass car outside of our house. It's like, are we expecting anyone today? Like, are we expecting anyone? I don't think so. And then when the person steps down from the lorry, right? Like, I saw that they mentioned. It's like, oh. actually just go like, oh. Huh. Huh. It felt weird, but anyway, despite that, everything went well, right? So there's still a shit ton actually in the storage room in there, but we clean up quite a big chunk of the spare parts in there, right? Yeah, it's all spare parts. Yes, it's all car parts, but me and my mom, we went out and asked like we asked like our like okay, see, me and my mom went out and asked dad's associates like people, right? Those who usually buy car spare parts from us. We asked them, it's like, hey, do you want to like come to our house to check out the rest of the parts before we decide to before we decide to sell them as scrap metal, right? Because honestly, the car parts being there is like it's in a way indirectly making my mom stress about it too, right? Because the thing is there, don't know what to do, right? And of course that thing costs a lot of money because it's all like car parts, so it also hurts mom a little bit. Actually, hurts mom a lot, right? To sell those car parts as scrap metal, but it's also because the parts being there is not really doing anything. Alright, we asked them to come here, but they never did. Multiple times for multiple months already. So we decided to just be like, yep, anything that can be counted as scrap metal, we're going to sell them as scrap metal. It's 60 cents per kilogram, which is like abhorrent, but it used to be 70 cents per kilogram of scrap metal, but like the price of scrap metal just keeps going down. If we keep delaying, it's gonna be way worse, right? So it's also nice that yesterday the person came by and be like, yeah, we're here to help, you know? So they brought like three extra people. So me and my mom also was there to help. So it's like, yeah. Also, hi Jameson, and hi, oh, Ixon. Are you ever not thirsty? Is Brian always thirsty? Oh wow. But I thought I'm the thirsty one for Dragon. No one can outthirst the kobold. Hope you're doing good, Ixon, and so also hope you're doing good, Jameson. I forgot what's the release date of Gokmazios for Monster Hunter Wilds, but I don't know if I ever said this, but on December 16 until 18, yeah, December 16 I'll be going to Cebu. Right, I'm gonna attend my friend's wedding, so there, and on 18 I'll be back. Yeah, December 18 I'll be back, and then 19 will start as usual because it's Friday. So it's actually from Tuesday to Thursday. That's actually perfect. So yeah, it's all good. So I will not be streaming on 18 then, because 18 I just came back from Cebu, and then I'll start as normal on December 19. So yeah, my guy, when I'm thirsty, I have a fucking fountain I can drown myself in. She's like, oh, she's the fountain. Wow. Oh my god, shiny. I need to find so much fountain to drown myself in. That is dragons, right? Can I drown myself in dragons? Is that possible? Also, that's awfully sweet. Yeah, that's adorable as well. I want to drown myself in... You suddenly tried to drown yourself in... Exactly! I know, right? Wow! I want to drown myself in dragon. As much dragon as possible, I tell you. Very, very nice one. At this point, I'm... Okay, no, I don't even want to hide anymore, I tell you, I don't want to hide anymore, no. I want dragon in me. Fish what drinks the drunk Kobo with? Hell yeah! Also, hi Snow. So, within 10 minutes, Kobold is already... within 10 minutes, Kobold is already unhinged. What you meant by scrap people? Scrap metal, though. How is it scrap people? I'm not gonna scrap people, what the heck? Hi Zeus. No scrapping people. I think people cannot get scrapped one. If you use a wrench to hit people, you're not scraping people, you're hitting people. Or was it scrap metal? Yesterday's stuff. Like I suddenly announced it on Discord because they suddenly arrived at my house and it's like, hey, 收烂铁. And it's like, oh okay, yeah, sure. So my whole body is sore today. Doesn't stop me from wanting to drown myself in dragons though. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I actually forgot one thing. There is this Twitch recap thing, right? There's this Twitch recap thing. But what did them being there do? Because I have a bunch of spare parts over there, sitting there for years already, and because me and my mom called for multiple dads associates to be like, hey, you want to like buy some spare car parts from us, or they want to double check if there's anything you need. If not, we're gonna sell them as scrap metal. And then it's like, no one came for multiple months already, so it's like, yeah, why not just sell them as scrap metal? My dad was. My dad works as a mechanic, and my mom works as a car spare parts seller. Used to anyway. But I have zero knowledge on car things. I honestly tried to learn, but I just cannot understand it. in any way possible. I tried for years, right? Show me the car out parts. No, those are only parts. I don't think there's engine in there. Not that I know of anyway. Parts they're gonna make stuff. That is true. But I still don't think I can make a car out of that because there's like so many different car parts out there. And I don't think I have a full set of a cars thing, question mark? Or maybe I do, right? I have no idea. Alright, let me see. Oh yeah, I was talking about this. The Twitch recap thing. Wow, right? Wow, I didn't think that's a. I already forgot that's a thing. I want to watch this recap thing together because I feel like this year I didn't really accomplish as much. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, boom. Look at that. Best profile picture ever. Tutti Fi. This year we came together like never before to stream, hang, and co-create. Let's recap. Wow. Okay, what is this? Oh, I can. Oh, right. I can choose as viewer or streamer. Okay, okay. We're gonna watch me being a streamer for now, right? Wow, can't believe it. High scores. I streamed for this hour? Holy shit. Oh my god, I streamed for 2. I have no life. Holy shit. Distinct days stream? What does this mean? How is my total stream lesser than my distinct days stream? Is this like how many days I've streamed? Question mark? I have no idea actually. But wow, I streamed for 1k hour, fuck. Why do I feel like why do I feel like that's a no life number? Like a day is 24 hours. I need calculator. 108×8除24. So that's 4. No, is it 24? 1088 divide by 24. That's 45 days. Do I only stream for 45 days? No, I don't think that's how it works. I have no idea. Math hurts. I have no idea. Hi, Dragon Colony. I hate Tyranny's dragon to smother her. I is Draken. Draken? Where's the boat? Well, I'm here. Total hours watch. What the fuck? Oh, that's everyone combined. Whoa. Whoa, wait, that's a lot, no? It's an average of 5 hours to stream, so that makes sense. Oh, wait. Oh, right. Damn, but this is not me, right? This is chat, right? This is like my viewership that watches my channel. That's a shit ton though. Holy shit. I didn't. Wow. Fuck. I didn't think that. Oh wow. That's a lot. Top categories. Monster Hunter Wilds. Art. I barely do art this year. What the fuck? Where's Valheim? DS2. Okay. Project Silverfish. Fuck yeah. Oh, Gen Ultimate, okay. And a gold there for some reason, but hell yeah. My top stream reached 211. I think this is like from a huge raid and then eventually it drops down. But it's still nice. Christmas emotes, heck yeah. Top tags, Kobo safe space? She-Day, oh, even She-Day is the top tags? Wow. I'm surprised actually. Kobo being the top tag is the best thing ever though. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. 110k, 110.7k chats received. That's the chatters, right? I feel like this is a little bit cheaty though, because look at this. I mean, Streamlabs is constantly chatting here though, so we can safely minus 50k chatters, or maybe not 50k, but 20k chatters. That's all from Streamlabs, I think. Probably, possibly, I don't know, but that's a lot. Top channel emotes. Oh, stairs. Oh, I'm actually surprised. If I remember correctly, Chat Central API aren't counted. Oh, then this is a lot, man. Holy shit. Well, hell yeah, that's a lot. Also, is this like? Oh, does this also count as like people using these on other channels as well? I think so, right? Stare wins. I'm so surprised. I like staring apparently. Hell yeah. Doesn't count your use of those emotes? Oh, it doesn't count my use. Okay. Then that's fair. That's fair. Stare. You know, I do love staring at people, right? Or maybe people likes to stare at other streamers, and I'm glad they're using this stare, right? Just gonna look at them. Hell yeah. My biggest fans. Oh. Oh. Where's Zeus? What is this? I'm joking. Yeah, this cannot be changed, honestly. This one. Like this is just my sister. Like that's cheating. That's cheating. Like Magpie is always here that I see. Numbers? Snow Wolf. Oh, Hung Shepherd as well, wow. And Brecky, heck yeah. Oh, and Jade? The mod, hell yeah. Akko and Legs, wow. Morning Peter. Stop stalking. She's not stalking, she's my sister, what do you mean? Is she here? No, I feel like she's still sleeping at this time. Yeah, she's still sleeping. I'm a fan. Yeah, according to Twitch, hell yeah. This is very nice, actually. Crossovers, top collaborators, one collaboration. I think this collaboration comes from the repo stream alone. Like one repo stream, that's it. I'm just so scared, and I'm just so scared trying to collab with other people, because I feel like I'm disrupting their streams or something like that. I'm always afraid of like streaming with other people or something like that. Don't know, something about that just scares me a lot, so that's why I'm not doing it as much. Also, hope you're doing good, Peter. Rates received 200 rates, holy shit. That's a lot of rates from Kobo Code, oh my god. Oh, Celeste is 12 rates and Zeus is 11 rates, oh my god. Look at that, it's a cool dog. And a very cool Tekken. Very beautiful Tekken actually. Apparently when Celeste is in a dumb mood, she has tentacles. That's what I heard anyway. Very hard. Anyway, Kobo Gold. There's so much raid, holy shit. Well, thank you. I sent 172 raids. Oh yeah, there are a few streams that I didn't raid. I also think that during that one Valheim stream, I think that counts as like 10 streams. So that's a little bit cheaty, I think. Who did you raid? I raided Merp, I raided Dazzy, and I raided Zeus. Wow. I raided Dazzy the most? I feel like I raided Merp the most. What am I saying? I raided Merp. I remember raiding Merp most of the time. And then at some point I kind of realized I rated Merp a lot and I kind of want to rate other people as well. Then I stopped rating Merp not as much anymore, right? And then I feel like I rated Celeste more. No, actually no, I didn't get a chance to rate Celeste as much because of our stream time. Yeah, I didn't get to rate Celeste as much. I rated Zeus quite a bit. Clips mate. 47 clips. That's pretty good. 20 unique clippers. My top viewers. Oh, it's my own clip that I made on my own. I remember this clip. My first fight in Repo and I won. Hell yeah. Hype happenings. 320 new followers. That's this year, right? It's not a lot, honestly, but followers, I'm okay with that, right? Yeah. Actually okay with followers being this low. New subscribers though, this is actually surprising. I thought I thought this year has been quite this year has been on I would say a little bit on the quieter side, because I'm honestly have been trying to tackle the real life issue a lot. So I haven't been doing a lot of things on my streams, so this is still a lot to me personally. So thank you, hell yeah, right? 11 hype trains, some of them I don't know what happened, but hey, hype trains. Point spend your channel, some of them has to be the thing. the sculpture thing, which I haven't done yet. Oh my god. Chat badge unlock 2025. Can I do it? Can I change it now? Oh, I have this. I mean, do I want to compare? 19.8k hours watched. I think I have my previous year one. Give me a second. I think I kept it. Yeah, I did. 2024. I found it. This is last year's one. I was using this one, right? Oh, it was this one. The dragon sniff, wow. How is this the top category? Did I play Super Mario World? I don't think so. I think this is like what I watched. Oh wait, is this me as a viewer? Yeah, that's me as a viewer. Oh, oops. Then I don't know if I have that actually. Let me see again. Oh, I still have it. Okay. There, this is the one. Tekken 8. No, that looks about right. That looks about right. Oh, I have more subscribers last year. This is about the same, right? I mean, that looks about right, honestly. A little bit more improved. New followers lower this year. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, yeah, I played a little Bust Out to Frontier G last year. So it was last year. A little bit of Power Word as well. Gen Ultimate. I still have Gen Ultimate this year. Yeah. And art is still here, but this time art is on second. I didn't play as much Tekken this year actually. 80 clips, wow. This one is higher, right? 111k, yeah, it's a lot higher. Total streams torn in 1 through 15. Oh. I would say this year is on the slower side of things, which is totally fine, right? Which is totally fair as well, because I honestly have been tackling a lot of the real life issues that I haven't been really focusing on streaming as much. I do kind of want to make my stream to be a little bit more interactive, but I'm not too sure how to do that for now. Still, I remember saying that last year as well, which I didn't do this year. Wait. Get that night? I will. Night Brave. So, I don't know. I feel like this year is a little bit of a... Yeah. The channel slowed down a little bit. Still growth, right? There's still growth, I would say. Slow down a little bit though. That's okay. It's totally fine. Not every year needs to be a huge improvement or something like that. Although that would be nice, right? But let me see if next year I can try to focus a little bit more on streaming. Or not. I don't know. I still want to do. I still want to be kind of good at streaming though. I don't know how, but I sure as hell can try, I guess. Alright, before we watch the viewer stuff. Now, how is me being a viewer though? I don't know. Before we go to the viewer stuff though, let me get the tie real quick. Oh yeah, I also cleaned my room. My room feels much nicer now. Heck yeah. Here we go. Oh man, that kinda hurts though. Oh shit. Oh, now it's not a good time. Wait, I can do it. Ayo, wait. Okay, maybe I'll do it slow. Okay, yeah. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. I should probably not do that. my body hurts. Ow. Okay. I should probably pause the reading for now. I don't think I could do that today. This one. Let me put it here. Let me pause this for now. Okay, there we go. I'm good. Reduce motion. Oh, I'm okay with motions. Alright, how's me being a viewer though? $365 days. I visited 347 days. I have no life. Well, I have an explanation for this though, right? Whenever I go out to work, I simply just lurk at the random people. Will look at my favorite channel, and I just go to work. So essentially, my PC stays open. And then until nighttime, then I'll close my PC. Although sometimes I still leave my PC open so that I can lurk at my favorite dragon channel, right? Sometimes though. Well, most of the time that I can say. Holy shit. But still, 347 days, oh my god. This is also a lot. How many hours a year? Like mining rig, nah. I don't even know how to mine. I don't really want to know as well. Oh. Oh. Oh, I spend more hour than a year mining channel points. I guess that works, but I don't use I don't use the channel points on the channel that I lurk, since I'll usually be out or I'll usually be like sleeping most of the time. How'd you watch Fire? I don't know. Does it count as like, because I usually look at 2-3 different channels. Is that how it works? Like it counts every different channel? Maybe that's how. Magic? Yeah, probably. Most likely. Kobo is a magician. Wow. My top character, Minecraft. Vintage story. Yeah, this is from... This is definitely from Level. Minecraft and art? I think this is Brecky. Well, art is multiple people as well. Sea of Thieves is Zeal. Just chatting, there's a lot of people doing just chatting, but there's also Celeste doing just chatting. Oh! Hours watched? I'm surprised. Wow, Zeal is my favorite channel. even though, yeah, see, I don't really spend a lot of channel points there, but I earn this much. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I lurk a lot, honestly. I lurk in Jester's channel, Lavol's channel. Oh, even Tikri. Yeah, Tikri is there. And then I also lurk at Brecky's whenever I can. Brecky, Nexus, Dither. There's a few others too. Bunchy, Ixon when I can. Alright. But I never really get a chance to look at Leg's channel because when Leg streams, I kinda stream as well, so yeah. I don't really get a chance to watch Celeste as much as well because we stream at the same time, so it's like, eh. Unfortunate. I would love for Celeste to be here. Dragon. See? See how much I chat? I don't chat as much, I just lurk at people's channel. I'm telling you, I'm not lying. Kobe defines the rule of time and space, exactly. And Kobe. My top emotes, I love the wag wag. Oh, I use this and this as well? Yep. Exactly how I use my emotes. Well, I use my own emotes the most. It's kind of... It kind of feels a little bit narcissistic, no? Oh no. I don't know how I feel about this. But yeah, Nexus Wiggle is so perfect though. And Breaky Hug is also so perfect. Look at that hug, it's so good. Yeah, the Nexus Wiggly, it's so good. I even find Ragdog and trying to get a Wiggly of my own as well. Two emotes match so well, yeah. And like, I don't know how this, like, the tail works with this and also this. I don't know how, but it works. Emote Artist of the Year. 9 emotes attributed to me. Times my emotes were used. Wow. Holy shit. Oh my god. That's a lot. That's a fuck ton actually. I mean, I'm so surprised people are using the emotes that I created. Oh my god. Wow, okay. I gifted 5 subs. What did I gift it to? I forgot. But I can only afford this. I cannot afford much. Especially this year, I just really can't. But hey, 5 is 5. I don't even remember who I gifted to. Click that. Oh, I made 6 clips. I made my own clips. Wow. I made my own clips. Even as a viewer, my own clip appears. What is this? Oh my god. Did I send more chats last year actually? This one. More? Yeah, I was more active. Right, I lurk at Akko's channel as well. Hi Akko, you want babbies? Well, I'm flat, but I think I can still give you this. Yeah. Welcome, Akko. Hope you're doing good. This is last year's one. Oh, last year I have Breggy. This year no Breggy. I'm a disgrace. I really do love Breggy's channel though. This is surprising to me, honestly. I mean, I know I lurk a lot. Oh. Oh my god, it's the pond. Most used emote? I use my own emote the most. I think this year's viewer recap, I feel a little bit like it's a little bit narcissistic since most of the thing is like on my own. Oh my god. Distinct days visited. I didn't mean to close that. Give me a second. Let me see how no live was I? Hours watched 11k. I spend more time this year lurking at people's channel than last year. Oh my god, what? No. Fuck off. Although I did spend more chat last year. Distinct days to visit almost the same. Lower last year though. This year I really dedicated my time to really lurk at people's channel. Oh, this is also my own emote last year, wow. Jester was first, second was Tikri. Oh, Dazi is here. Dazi is there as well. Is Dazi here? No, Dazi is not here this year, I'm surprised. Well, Laveau is here, I'm glad. I'm a little bit sad that Breggy is not here though. But I really love Laveau's stream, it's so good. I think most of the chat sense is in... Oh, it's like the rate message as well. Rate message, interacting a little bit, I think that's pretty much it. I think if I were to like reduce the amount of rate messages, would be about -1k. Maybe? Yeah, -1k probably. I don't know, right? Okay, do I share? Do I download this? Let's download this and then we can delete the last year's one, so that next year I can compare with this year's one. Are you downloading? Why is the download so big? What is this? Are you not downloading? V-contacted? What is this? Download button didn't work for you either? Well, the download button sucks. Apparently Twitch sucks. Which is true, by the way. Considering what Twitch is condoning in this platform is like... ISW and right click? Right click save as? Isn't this just gonna save as the link to the download? Yeah. It's gonna save as the... Snipping tool? Well, I think that's easier. Good enough. I think I should replace the one. Oh, is it PNG? It's PNG. Replace. Right click inspect, see where it leads to. Inspect? Isn't that like some hacker stuff? Yeah, clicking it doesn't work. Inspect? The fuck is that? I cannot understand any of these. Not that I want to know as well. Why is your download folder organized? Because my PC doesn't have a lot of space. I usually download. I usually delete stuff on my in my download folder as well. Good enough. I should probably rename it as well. That's what I get for being lazy. Oh, oop. This is viewer. View. And this is. I guess I can always compare for a little bit. Why not? Well, that's the stats that I have. Oh my god! Wait. Tikaka. Oh my god, Kobo. Hi, Tikaka. It's been a while. Hope you're doing good. Good morning. Morning. Welcome. I wanna go smolter myself in Dragon now. Let's open up Valheim. Let me close this. Make this one play in 144 so that my PC doesn't explode. And that should be good. Love your new icon. I know, right? It's so good. Thank you again, Tikaka. Really love that. Really love that art. Well squished, Kobo? Exactly. Well, I mean, I don't know why I like being squished by dragon, but maybe it's just a Kobo instinct, question mark? Maybe? Probably? I'm not even gonna question it anymore, I like it. It's so good though! Oh my god. The more squish, the more love there is, right? Exactly, yeah. I love being squished so much by Takam. Alright, so today we're gonna go to a mountain and look at dragons. Because why not, right? Noisy motorbike. Alright, where was I? Mianiko. Oh yeah, I found... Right, I found obsidian and now I have grenade. Right? I actually have grenade. Yeet. Grenade. I don't know if you can have your own custom model in this game. Yeah, you can. And it's honestly pretty easy too. You just, I'm pretty sure you just need to find Valheim VRM. And then you can essentially find the mod in either Nexus mods or Thunderstorm mod manager. And over there, you just sort of do some settings and everything should work. And you can change the size too. I made my Kobo very small. Like, I'm small. I'm the small boulder. But yeah, there are some like clipping issues, but it's... Is my leg always this like down under the earth, question mark? Maybe it is. Maybe I should have upped the collider radius a little bit higher. But it's okay, it's barely noticeable. Okay. Mountain. We went here and it was absolutely chaotic. I love it. There's a lot of dragons there. And I think I tried using this weapon. Might not be the best considering there are golems there. And golems is not really prone to getting hit by a poking stick, I think. But this new weapon is really cool though. Let's get an EP and I think we can just straight go to... We can just straight go to the mountains real quick. So we found obsidian and I'm pretty sure I need to find more things on the mountain so that I can know what that obsidian is for. I'm gonna stick on my dragon bed. Look at my dragon bed. Wow. Dragon bed, holy! This is the best bed ever. Oh, I forgot to change the settings. Okay, actually let me save real quick. And this one I have to change. This one I have to change. Give me a second. Small Kobo, big stick. I just love the idea of like small Kobo and then huge weapons. Something about that makes me very happy. Right here, settings. I might as well. Collider radius, collider height. Collider height, I guess we can add a little bit there. Collider radius should be fine. Actually, I can up a little bit. 3, 4. Scene share offset. If 1 is that much, I think I'm just gonna put like 0.1. Oh, I think ships are fine. I could just put them in at 0. Holding the mast is also putting it at 0. I think this one, I think that one is fine. I think everything else should be fine. Skill for the equipment enhanced. Oh! Oh, wait. Depth on which your character starts swimming? Oh. Oh. Wait, let's change this. My character scale is 0.5. So this one I'm pretty sure I'm gonna put it at like slightly let's put it at 0.6, I think? Interaction distance. I think you should leave that one. Like, don't change these. Try it. Who mess with mining? Alright. That's fair. Right, not gonna change these then. Right, we saved the thing. Hopefully everything should be fine though. I don't want to sleep and then slides away crazily. Oh gosh, my body hurts. Oh. Everything feels weird. I don't like it. Yeah, if I make things smaller, it's probably gonna up the difficulty of the game, I'm pretty sure. Now we can EP. EP in coin. EP in coin. Borrowing coin? Heck yeah. Gosh, it's so good. I love bean coin. Alright, let's steal this spray rack. That actually looks pretty alright. Right? I think coin 1 is the way to go. Although that looks a little bit weird when I sit on it though. Like, I don't know why the crotch area looks weird. You see that? Why is the crotch area weird? Wait, let me try sitting on the throne. Okay, I mean it kind of works. It's not inside the chair anymore, so. But it's so small. Heck, my coffee made you EP too? As I nap some more. Of course, of course. Have good EP. Have good nap, Tikaka. Thanks for stopping by. It's always nice to see Tikaka. I guess we use Obsidian Arrow. Yeah, Obsidian Arrow looks good. Oh yeah, this is the new tongue card. Oh, you can have an entire Tira to EP with you, I guess. I'm okay with that. I'm very okay with that, actually. Alright, food looking good. Everything looks good. I guess we can go to the mountains real quick. Yeah, sleep plushie. We go to the right portal, right? Right portal, and then we just like go here. I mean, I can run there, but it's kind of far away, kind of. My mouse wheel, come on. Come on, mouse wheel, come on. Is this a mountain? Wait, that's a mountain. Oh, that's easier then. Let's go to the nearest mountain. Hi, bad gamer. Oh, Dasani. Well, I'm sorry about that, Dasani, but it seems you're poisoned. Have I ever mentioned that Dasani tastes like... You know how, like, the coins, like the cent, like how many cents those coins that taste, it tastes like Dasani. Dasani tastes like that, which is very weird. I don't like it. Off we go to the nearest mountain. Now I have the zoom. Oh, I have the zooms. Yep, that's already the mountain. My base is so close to a mountain, it's actually kind of scary. Oh yeah, I'm cold, right? Oh my god, my ears. Alright, here we go. There's already fighting noises. I'm not too sure what am I exactly trying to find here. Do you have the wishbone? Yes, I do. Yeah, normal rock. There was a lot of obsidian on the other mountain, which I'm not too sure what obsidian is used for, other than new arrows. Guess I'll find more. This might be like a small area of mountains only, so this might not be worth checking out actually. I mean, it's worth checking out. It's fine. Hi, Wildflower. It's semi-needed. I'll keep it on for now since I'm not really taking anything too heavy right now. Hope you're doing good, Wildflower. Ooh, what if there's like a snow cave? There might be a snow cave, right? I mean, it's awfully chill for a mountain. There's a copper deposit on the mountain. Mountain is where my friends gave up on the game. Oh no. I guess I gotta prepare for something worse than swamp. But there's dragons, so that might drive me to play the game more. Might. Mainly because materials were even more rare. Yep, I expected this much. I guess there's not much on this mountain. Grey Dwarf? Are you sure there's Grey Dwarf here? Yeah, I just don't think there's anything in this mountain. There's just normal rocks and a bunch of nothing up here. Well, it was worth a shot. Oh my god, you hurt. Brick. I like brick. I guess I can go back. Yeah, this mountain doesn't really have anything. There will be multiple mountains like this one. I should explore more of that one. Let's go back and then we go to the right portal and then we're gonna explore the mountain down there again. Maybe the ones near the start are too small? Probably. I mean, it sure looks that way currently. Let's run back for now. I need this. Raspberry is too much needed right now. Oh. This place is such a fire hazard, honestly. I love it. Okay, there we go. I think this is the south portal. This is the right portal. Yep, okay. I don't want to keep swimming here. Fish? Oh yeah, there's fishing. I want to explore this one first. It's okay. I'll go to the south one. After I finish this one. Well, finish. I think it's possible to finish this one since this one is not that big. Speed. Get fucked. I want to make a small bridge here. Oh, is that? Oh, that's how I get core wood? Oh gosh diggity dang, I didn't know. Am I full already? I cannot believe it. That's how I get core wood, okay. Let's do some black magic. Okay, that should be plenty enough. Whoa. Actually, that's barely enough. Ooh. Why are the rocks so slippery? Thank you. I'm sorry, but that looks like a dick. No way. How the fuck did I manage to do this? Why am I even trying to make a dick and then it's a dick? Oh, fuck. Wait, I'm leveling it to like lower now. Whoa. I'm almost there though. Why is making bridge this difficult? I think there's more here. Yeah, I forgot. Okay, this should be plenty enough, I hope. This should be good. This is the best bridge ever. We did it. Oh, what if I go to the mountain at night? Am I gonna die? Oh, am I like this? Oh my god. This is so scuffed. Oh, that's a troll, okay. And get hooked. Wonder how bad it is nighttime mountain is going to be. It's probably going to be death and death again. Ooh, I need more spin. I need leather scraps and boar meat. I think I'll just grab one stack of core wood. Core wood is kinda rare, so I'm not gonna like throw away too much core wood. Oh, I'm not feeling rested anymore? Oh, this is really bad. Imagine exploring without a rested buff. Ugh. Well, I'm already seeing dragon. That's a good sign. Oh, and the wolf. Can I snipe it? Ow. Wolf Trophy Wolf Fang. Was that a 1-star wolf? It might have been a 1-star wolf. I mean, how else would I get all these like rare stuff? Whoop, lucky me. Oh my god, that's a beautiful sky. Oopsie. Okay. That's a lot of wolf. Frozen in death, the hair matted with blood and a silent howl lodged in his throat. It's scary. Oh, dragon. Did it see me? I'm gonna try sniping it. I feel bad, but I'm sorry. That was way too high. Oh my god, one shot. Sorry, dragon. Oh, it's so shiny. What's that? Whoa. I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, your dragon egg is so heavy, what the heck? 200? I'm sorry. Holy, you hurt. I cannot grab more than 2. I wish they would stay here. Want more info on the egg? Maybe not now. At least not now. I'll ask for it after. I wanna appreciate the egg for now. What is that? Oh, the stone that I just threw. Right, let's get back to the base. Oh, dragon egg so close to a mountain. I guess I'm lucky as hell. Alright, I cannot take anything anymore. Or I can, okay. No, we don't need that. No space. Ow. Let's transfer the egg. What if the egg is only like a thing that's needed to spawn the monster? To spawn like the boss? I mean, it's possible, I guess. Oh, what if I put the egg in my base? I'm gonna get constantly raided. Oh, wait, that would be fucked up though. Let me try. Oh, wait, eggshells? Far heavier than it looks, with a faint humming sound from within. Have you escaped the swamp? Now I'm starting to explore the mountains. Because dragon good. I got the wishbone, I killed the bone mash 3 times out of spite, and it feels good. Also, hi Huskerfu. Welcome. Let's eat beyond dragon bait. Dragon bait. Oh. Something is already fighting outside? I mean, that's not hitting my structure, that's killing things. I wonder what happened. Dear? What'd you do? Get out of here. I guess I should transport the rest of the dragon egg. It's 200 kilograms per egg. 200 kilogram? Yeah, that's enough. I'm not gonna use the wolf trophy for now, since I'm not too sure what it's used for. Kilogram. Which is heavier? A kilogram of steel? Or a kilogram of feathers? That video will forever be a classic for me. That's right, a kilogram of steel, because steel is heavier. shiny meat. What? I had too much meat now? Oops. We can put it there for now. Also, I just want to throw grenade. Yeah, you better go away. Grenade. Grenade. Oh, there you go. That's what you get. Huh? Keep roaming around my area without permission? Get out of here. I'm a kobold, right? Don't do that. Oh yeah. I mean, deer meat is not that valuable anymore. Since I'm not really using deer stew anymore. Yeah. The mega shiny. Alright, let's go back to the mountain. Now that we are well rested again, it'll be easier to run around. I don't know if it's just me or like this is all Mario Kart World music, and I feel like Mario Kart World music is only okay-ish. It's not the best. It's still good, right? But it's not as good as like the previous Mario Kart music that I've been listening to. It feels very different. Mario Kart 8 had bangers, yeah, true. Like 8 has bangers. I mean, honestly, 8 Wii, DS, SNES, like they have like really good music. Don't get me wrong, World has some really good music as well, like some of the things that I listen to. Some of the music is really good, but it's not as banger as like Wii and 8. They never made 7. Weird, right? They just go 8 immediately. Is that 7? So was 3DS exclusive? Ah, well, there's no 7. I don't think I've seen any. Never saw anything on it. Yeah, I mean, I don't own a handheld console, so I could never know anything 3DS or DS. I remember I wanted to play Monster Hunter 3 and 4 Ultimate so much, but my parents would never buy me a handheld console because they mentioned that they say something like, if we buy you that thing, you will never move anymore, you stupid ass. It's like, you know what, that's very fair. It's good emulation, but the emulator to death are nerds. Isn't nerd good in terms of like making an emulator, question mark? Or am I wrong? Oh my god, Tekken! Oh my god, Tekken! Nope. No stamina. I need to get to the mountain first. Ah! Yeah. Yo. Yeah. Let me get my stamina back first. Aduma. Sorry. I guess they are protecting the egg. Is it their egg? I thought the dragon would be a lot bigger than this. I love my Nintendo DS, but yeah, it's definitely a distraction. Yeah, I know, right? So when my parents said that to me, I was like, yeah, that's actually fair. Like, so fair to the point that I agree to them wholeheartedly. Because it's true. They want to do it the right way, so the emulator has piracy detection. It requires you to use a real 3DS to use it. Oh. Well, what? Oh, You know what? I mean, good on them for doing that, but at the same time, no. I'll come back to this egg after. Stone structure up here? That's asking for death, no? Well, bone fragments. Oh. Ay, 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 ay. Get out of here. They still shiny? You Kobo. Hi, Tekken. Hi, Half Dragon. Hi, Joanna. Welcome. Boa? Oh my god. Thanks for the 3 stream streak. Thank you. Also, look. I have Tekken 8 now. I like Tekken 8. I think I had to reboot it at some point. Pretty sure I had 8 last week. Oh, yeah, I think at some point my stream was like extremely unstable, which might have caused a lot of problem and people losing their stream streak as well. So it's partially on me. And I eggs? Oh, heck yeah. I like eggs, but not as much as dragons in me though. Oh no. I should fight that thing. So golems and drink hate each other. Which one is fast? Which one is slow again? Let me observe. Yeah, golem cannot attack actually. That's kind of funny. I mean, how can a golem attack at this point? Oh, golem is that attack. I don't think the Drake is doing any damage to the golem. Golem had full health when I checked it. Well, there goes the Drake. Do you hate grenade? Fair enough. Alright, here we go. Okay, right hand fast, we got it. Sorry, left hand. Okay, that's very slow. Did you change your attack? Yeah, you changed your attack. I think you're a different one. Ay, ay. I'm mining golem. That's a bad elevation. Whoa. Now there's too many things. Really? Oh my god. Alright, we good. I don't know why this thing is like Naruto running. Got him. Nice, get rid of this thing. I guess they keep spawning when there's like dragon egg nearby, question mark? It's just destroying things all over. Both of those can be arranged. Ooh, heck yeah! Very heck yeah! I don't think I need that. Did you have an iron mace? I do, but I'm using the edge gear because it's so cool. Drake trophy? Oh shit! For the golem, I didn't want to bring two weapons here though. Oh my god, Drake trophy though. Oh, need to drink. No, can I at least refresh the duration? I don't want to say it in. I don't want it to be like you're freezing. Wishbone looks lonely. Yeah, well, I couldn't use that right now. I need Mengin Jod. Because of my carry weight exceeds 300 already. Yeah, but like if I use Wishbone, I cannot move. Oh, wait a minute. Not here. How many eggs do you have? 1 plus my inventory 2. I want more. Hmm? Closer? Can I tier 1 eggs too? Not now, it's okay. Oh. Oh. Can I tell you how many eggs do the egg thing? But I just want 10,000 eggs. So it's here then. Yeah, it's here. So I take down? Silver pane? Okay, okay. Can I make... Oh, I threw away everything, right. I would make this... I need a workbench. I don't think I have enough space, yeah. Let's get like 1 silver. Maybe you'll unlock more things. Am I gonna fight against what's silver good against again? Vampire? No, vampire is stake. Like a stake through the heart. Silver, is it zombie? No. What does silver do again? Silver ore is very fucking heavy. Okay, let's get back for now. Silver is good against vampires and werewolves? I always thought like vampire is something like stick to the heart, something like that. Most old demon things in Europe all died to silver. Oh, okay. I heard wolf just now. And I was right. Okay, so that's the golem spawner. I was wondering what that is. You have a different one? I need to be on the lower ground. Why are they just Naruto running? What is this? Of course there's Speed Drake when I'm fighting against a Stone Golem. I kinda want to just run away for now, but as a Kobo, it kinda hurts to back down from a fight now. It's not really my thing to just run away from a fight that I can win against. Well, you're not fighting against me. Guess it's my time to run then. Oh, one Drake died. I'm gonna read what is this though? Lord Drake? Legendary aware of the frost worms, one of the most ancient kings sprung from Emir's body. The most common form of the worm are the drakes, the small males who care for their offspring. Most often they can be seen poised by a rocky nest guarding the eggs. In contrast, the females are much larger and rare sight to behold, but once enraged they provide a vicious foe. Oh, big female dragon? They can crush me? Holy shit, fuck yeah. I would love that. I mean, what? So male worm guards the egg. Female worm, they are big. Let's get down. I'll keep spinning. Oh my god, I'm playing Skyrim. Oh. I'll read the chat after. Let me copy the base first. No, I don't want to deal with bears right now. So lazy. Like, their stuff is not even that good anymore. Chase me then, you fucks. I'm playing Skyrim. Whoa, that's bad. Why did I just hear like mega footsteps just now? What's with the mega footsteps?你阿媽幾張紅我東西都可以打爛了是嗎 Wonder why they're so rude, holy shit. A fair amount of things in European lore are weak to silver due to its perceived purity? So silver is pure? Am I pure? Far from it actually. Something in my base is really making my PC lag. Is it too much fire? Oh, I never had that problem before. Yippee. Running uphill, green shoots turning downward into the earth. Against repair werewolf. Okay, let me read this. Most old demon things in Europe all die to silver. A stick to the heart made of wood of an ash tree will paralyze the vampire while it's embedded to their heart. Then you chop off their head and stuff a clove of garlic into their mouth. That's very brutal, but for a mythological being, I guess that's how you deal with it. But weak to silver, they are weak to wrought iron, not steel, and specifically iron horseshoe in Ireland. For vampires, there's one mythos explanation that the first vampire was Judas Iscariot, and he was cursed to be burned by the silver he betrayed Jesus for. Oh my god. Holy scary. A comic, hello. Oh my god, friend. Bird friend. Bird. Hope comic is doing it. Welcome. So, silver pure, silver good. Well, I got 2 silver ore. I want to see what they can do for me. Silver. Ooh, wolfhide chest piece? Wolfhide trouser? Crystal battle axe? Draugr fang? Drake helmet? Silver knife? Fang spear? What the fuck? You okay? Oh, Fang Spear. Crystal Battle Axe is crazy. You're a cute Kobo, I'm gonna cry. Oh my god. Tears of joy. I feel like being a Kobo is a cheat code. Silver knife though. I can finally use a knife. Drake helmet. Elaborate and finely crafted helmet. Holy shit! Oh, it's not that good. Yeah, it's only okay. It's only okay. Resistance versus frost. Iron scale mail. How? Oh, iron scale mail. Oh wait. Oh, I'm using iron scale mail, right? Yeah. Draugr fang. Darkwood strong. Ancient bark. So new bow. God, crystal battle axe though. Oh my god. Have I used spear before? I'm using Edgear. Very cute. Oh, I'm gonna squeak. Silver arrow. Are you using a spear? It says Edgear though. And it says pole arm. Is it a spear? Unless spear counts as pole arm. Maybe it does count as pole arm. Yeah, there's no spear here. Weird. There's so much crystal. We don't need acorn anymore. Oh, acorn pile? Oh my god. Silver here. Oh yeah, I have dragon egg. Grease Glen. I just don't see any use for troll hide anymore. And so is bear stuff actually. There's no more punching weapon other than the bear weapon. And sad Kobo noises. Man, Fang Spear feels so cool though. Coin. So Drake Trophy can be made into a helmet. Of course. I think I kind of want to cook a wolf meat. Can I cook wolf meat on a normal cooking campfire thing? Oh, it's raining. Oh, there we go. Maybe cooked wolf meat can create something new? Question mark? Okay, no, it's just a cooked wolf meat. 2515 is not that good at all. Well, it's worth a shot. Let me throw it away. Wee. I thought I can craft something new with that. Maybe I need to upgrade my cauldron in some way. Maybe there's another seed in the mountain that I can upgrade my cauldron with. I feel like I should use the blunt weapon there. Just to go against the... just to have a good time going against... the thing, going against the thing. What's the thing again? Golem, right. Block force 45? Block force 55? I mean, I'm not really blocking as much anymore. Parry bonus 2 times. This is also 2 times. Yeah, that's good enough. Right, let's create some food real quick. 1 sausage. I'm just gonna make 5 of these. Done. Okay. This is... oh, it's kind of heavy. I mean, do I need Ooze Bomb? I mean, it's kind of fun, but I don't think it's good against... Yeah, I mean, Golem... Can Golem breathe? I don't think Golem breathes. Yeah, I don't think Golem breathes. Any new trinket that I can use? Not really. I think, yeah, we should just get more silver. I don't think I want to bring a cart out there this time because it's a mountain, so I would actually rather... I would rather just do the thing. What's the thing? Run back and forth. Yeah, run back and forth with the silver. Still no space? No. Right, let's go to the right portal again. Man, sitting here and play games feels nice. I mean, my body hurts and I feel extremely lazy today. So this is good, I like it. I'm such a lazy bolt though, oh my god. I'm not gonna grab that dragon egg for now. Once I found another silver vein, maybe another one nearby, hopefully, then I'll grab the egg. I'm just gonna roam around the mountain area with a wishbone equipped for now. Get bonked. Thank you very much. Just running. Meadows? Are you kidding? I knew the weird rock formation has something beneath it. I called it too, holy shit. In Meadows! So it's a chest. Okay, okay. It sucks though. Okay, so if I found formations like this, I mean, I did ping one. Yeah, weird roll formation here. I want to give Kobo snuggies. Well, Kobo always like getting snuggles from Dragon, so that's a heck yeah in my book. Drink. Run. This Drake here, I'm pretty sure, because Eggs is here. Is this how you climb the mountain? I'm pretty sure there's a more sophisticated way of climbing the mountain instead of just me running like this. could be here. Oh. Is that it? Yes, sir. Is there just one nearby? Not here. Am I lucky? I might be extremely lucky here. Yeah, there it is. Holy shit, okay. Oh, that's... I think silver veins is so small. I mean, it's kinda obvious if I see this. Alright, let's see if I can find more. The ping radius is very far actually and very generous. Steals all your silver. Oh, no, my shiny. At least we had eggs for you now. I still want shiny. No? I'm a silver dragon. Then you have unlimited silver. And I can bite dragon. Oh. It's here. It's silver colored. But Kobo doesn't know what's the difference between color or texture. I just see silver I like. Oh, shiny in general. Oh, there it is. Okay, I have to hit it once and then it registers. Silver shine. Ay, 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 why? That sounds different. Are you the female that I read so much about? Big dragon? Is that another egg? That sounds very scary though. Ooh. What is that sound? I want to see what's down there. I'ma add you to my horde. Well, I'm a dragon horde now. Heck yeah. Badge time? Have good EP, Joanna. Have good EP, half second. Something was shiny down here. There, what's that? Oh. I shouldn't have done that actually. Oh. I done it anyway, so I know the bottom I don't eat. But even the top or bottom does need EP, no? Snowstorm. I mean, EP is good. Unless there's a different meaning for EP. What if you just keep a portal inventory to place and break all the time? Tops and normal people sleep, bottoms eat. Oh. Oh, I actually didn't know that. Well, have a good sleepy then. Oh my god, wolf! Oh my god, wolf! Shut up! Bam! I guess I can make a port. Oh! Oh, I see what you mean. Right. Okay, I could definitely do that. Yeah. To keep a portal on me all the time so that I can transport things back and forth quickly. Yeah. Oh, that's clever. Oh, is that my footsteps? Oh. Guess I'll do that next time. Because eep is cute bottom word. I guess I'm a bottom now. This is? Oh, I need that. Oh my god. 1-star wolf. Oh! What happened? Why is it suddenly so loud? Oh, it suddenly played the other music. Well, I guess I'm going back for the normal, usual, Mario Kart music then. Right, there we go. The usual Mario Kart music is back. I need to learn their pattern. I could just eat a hit like that, it's too dangerous. Okay, let's get back. So get back there, and then I'm gonna make a portal at home for like the random teleportation like timings. Just make a portal at home so that I can go back to that portal anytime. Ow. I haven't mined any silver ore vein yet, but I'm sure I can get a lot of silver there. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, no, 4 silver ore vein that I found, so I would say in a way it's a very big haul. Game dark. I kinda want to EP soon now. Like in real life. Because my head weirdly hurts a little bit more today. I don't get it. But I want to play a lot more Valheim before I go EP. Maybe I'll just EP a little bit earlier today. Oh shit. Hiya! 184? Holy shit. That's a strong couple. Did you destroy my things? Okay, I don't think they did. That's a lot of wolf hide. I mean, wolf. There's a lot of wolf on the mountain. Not surprising, honestly. You know, since wolf usually appears a lot on like snowy areas. Now I have too much wolf meat though. Not anymore. Do I still need root? I feel like root. No, I'm keeping the root, but I'm not keeping. I'm not keeping the thing. The thing. What's the thing again? Yeah. The root armor. Root armor is here. I'm keeping the battle axe though because I love battle axe. But maybe once I get the crystal battle axe, I'll just throw it away. Like store the egg. Egg. Alright, triple egg. We have 3 more eggs actually. Okay, it should be easy. Let me take out 4 sling cores. Portal needs fine wood and iron. Okay. I mean, 40 wood, 40 fine wood is, yeah, just right. Okay. So we make another one here. No, another one that's closer to my storage. Here. Hi, malicious magpie. Welcome. This is teleporto. Teleporto? Okay. So whenever I want to go home, I just type teleport. Maybe teleporto is not a good idea. This should be. No, it takes a while to type this one out now. 1A. Okay. 1A. So that I can just be like, oh, oh, boom, and then A, boom. Oh, sorry. Alright, and I can go immediately. Right. I'm such a big brain. Holy shit. Okay, so that's the thing. I don't need that much grey dwarf either. 28. Oh. Okay, that's what I need. So I would need 10 wood. Always escape. Escape is too hard to type, no? I mean, to me personally, it kind of takes a while to type it out. Already more than half. I think the ooze bomb, don't bring it. Yeah, don't bring it for now. I'm not really throwing it as much. Would be fun to throw it more, but not now. I would forget it's just A. I won't. I hope. I will. I hope. I'm hungry. Okay, there we go. So now we go to the right portal and then we're gonna get some silver. I think it's time. It's time we get some silver. Many silver. Oh, did I do that? I never noticed. What if there's something beneath Black Forest as well? Time for zoomies. Shoot me then. Yeah, that's right. Test your aiming skills. Are they still shooting at me? Holy shit. Crazy. The resilience on that skeleton is crazy. War settler, good stone, wooden built house, craft a roof. Did I read this before? Wall stop the roof from falling down. Give myself a door or it will be much harder to go in and out. Learn for himself, now he writes them on the stone to help others. Pray to Odin for his soul. Who's Odin? Like there's so many names that I've never seen before. Are these like the Viking names back then? There's hidden copper and tin if I remember correctly. Oh wow, okay. I mean, a lot of them are not hidden, but if there's like hidden ones, that's also kinda cool. Odin is the name of the main Norse god if I remember correctly. Oh, that's the name of god? Oh my god, oops. Look, I didn't mean it. No disrespect, okay? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. He's kind of the Zeus of that pantheon. Kind of a jerk, kind of a big deal. A jerk and a big deal? Something like Hades? Is Hades a jerk? No, I don't know. What is Hades again? King of Underworld? Something like that, right? Oh shit, the egg is gone. Wait, did they take the egg out? Hades is the Greek god of the underworld? Oh! Hades is the realm of the underworld? Oh, so Hades... Is Hades god or just the name of the realm? Ayo, the wolves. Don't! Oh my god, I'm not ready. Bitch. Get slapped. That wants both? Fair enough. I mean, the name's a big deal, so that makes sense. Alright, let's reveal the entire silver ore and see how big it is. Doesn't seem too big per se. Okay, no, actually it's pretty big. Yeah, that's pretty big. Why is it in the shape of kind of a dick? Okay, look, wait. Why am I like this? What? Why am I hitting? Are you a silver? Are you silver as well? No. I guess you're just normal rock formation. That looks like a normal rock formation to me. Oh, I got breaky icky. Oh my god. Alright, let's mine this. What the heck? Oh, it's too heavy. Right, we good. In Norse mythology, there is a tree that connects all the world, like the heaven and the hell and so on. Valheim, the game, is meant to be one of those worlds, but it's made up for the game. Are you ringing the bell? Yes, sir. I cannot wait to make a maybe a crystal battle axe. Ooh, that's gonna be so nice. Crystal battle axe, or ooh, the Drake helmet feels good as well. Gee. Oh, crystal battle axes. Ooh, that's so cool. Just the sound of that is like so good. A shiny and a battle axe. Are you silver or yeah? Okay. So that's it? No, that's a lot more, okay. Oh my god, that's a lot more, okay. The silver armor is so good, by the way. There's also a unique weapon for mountains that's super good that was semi-common, I think. I'll keep that in mind. Maybe I'll stumble upon it. Maybe. Give silver. Oh my god, already full. You have to craft it by remember getting a recipe randomly really quick. Ooh. So Zeus got lucky. I can only take 24 silver ores, crazy. 24 is good enough. I mean, that's one only from one ore vein. That's already like, let's say that's 2 stacks of 24. There 2 more. Hell yeah. Oh. That's a good pace. I should fix it. Let me get all the silver. I'll make it like that so that it's easier to like avoid the stones. Yeah. A silver pick could be good too. Yeah. I feel like at this point, anything could be good right now. And anything that's silver is such a huge plus. Extends to there. Holy shit. Oh. How deep does this go? What can I not get? Oh. When did I take that? I don't know how to play the game without able to teleport while having minerals on you. I don't think I can play the game like that. Nice. Wolf hide. Resistant versus frost? So if I wear this, I might not gonna be afraid of cold anymore? Well, I'm making this one. And the armor is already at 20, so it's already the same. That's really fucking good. Right, let's get more things. More silver. I didn't. Oh yeah, am I still resisting frost? I'm not, but I'm not cold anymore. Well, hell yeah, easy. I don't need to drink the frost resistant thing anymore. Okay. Oh. Maybe one is enough? Yeah, maybe. I didn't think it's a set bonus because they didn't say it's a set bonus. It's just there. There's no set bonus for the wolf hide set. So that's how I assume that it's like, oh, I don't need, yeah. Silver. Silver. Yeah, again, 24 per hole is pretty good. I kinda want to make a bonfire there on top of the mountain. Is that weird? What does bonfire need? 5 fine wood, core wood. I think I'm out of fine wood. I do have core wood and ancient bark, right? Yeah, ancient bark. I kind of want to make one. How much silver are you grabbing? Well, as much as possible. I'm not too sure how much I need, but I'm just gonna grab as much as possible until I'm like done upgrading the things. Something like that. Speaking of, is there like new things that I can create here? New things? Butcher table? Cauldron improvement. There we go. Well, that should be my next goal. Maybe I can create something with the wolf meat question mark? I guess I can go grab some fine wood before we continue grabbing silver. Let's grab some fine wood. If I whip the first hit, so I can cut 2 times really fast? Cheater? Whoa! Cheater? already trying to min-max cutting tree. Fine wood, exactly. With the fine wood. I think I can just create a... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could just create a thing real quick. Heavy. Butcher table. Butcher. Did I make this? Tool shelf. I don't think I made this, did I? Workbench improvement? Okay, I didn't make that. Fine wood iron. This one. Core wood, fine wood, ancient bark. Okay. Take 2. I forgot about that. Can I put it here? I think that's close enough. Ice cream? Ice cream? God damn. Ice cream. Whoa. Ice cream is good. I can use some. Oh my god. Wolf jerky is fine. I can replace ice cream with carrot soup actually. Let's grab my infinite great wolf eyes because now we have a thing to create with that. You're gonna be one chubby Kobo if you only eat ice cream? Well, no one's here to stop this Kobo. It's fine if we all go to your hips. What if they all go to my booba? Like, what's gonna happen? Hell yeah. No crystal battle axe? That's a lot of ancient bark. Upgrade? Yeah, I guess I can upgrade first. Nice. Yeah, we can upgrade first. Let's make some ice cream. Oh, okay. That that made me. I think I got stunned for like a good 2 seconds there. I was like, where did everything go? What the heck? Oh, I got extra. Oh my god, look at my stamina bar, that's crazy. Let's throw away the dish too. A wolf jerky feels fine. 55-18. Wolf jerky is 33-33, right? So 66 versus Liu Qi. Okay, this one is already 70 something. Yeah, this one is also 70 something. So wolf jerky is fine. Alright, let's go get more silver. I need ice cream. I thought I would be able to hold more ice cream, but apparently it's only like 10 per stack, so cannot really complain there. Is putting a cooked wolf meat there an intimidation technique? Am I intimidating the wolves around here? It's like, don't hit me, you become this cooked wolf meat. That could be an intimidation tactic. Would they understand though? I'm pretty sure they won't. fire. Let's get back. Whoa, why is it suddenly thundering? That's kind of scary. I don't know if you guys heard that, but that was kind of loud. It goes like kuru kuru pong pong or something like that. Speaking of, are you guys afraid of thunder? Because I'm kind of afraid of thunder sometimes. But I think it's like when I'm sleeping, then I'll be very afraid. Hopefully it's not gonna flood again. Yeah. I didn't know about the flood back then. So I mentioned something about like I'm liking the weather here because in East Malaysia nothing's really happening. But I didn't know the West Malaysia is like suffering so much with like the constant floods and stuff. But yeah, I do sincerely hope that there's like no flood going on again, right? Alright, let's go get more. So one silver ore vein is so big. It's actually kind of crazy. I love it. This is optimal gameplay. 2 charcoal? Whoop. I also don't think it's the monsoon season that's causing this much rain. I feel like monsoon season is not that crazy. Is it like some sort of a hurricane going on? And then we got like the end of that hurricane. Oh, that's 47. Oh. Oh. It's definitely a season for it. Last week we had a pretty constant storm system that brought a lot of constant rainfall. Yeah. I think a lot of places got hit hard by the flood. But I think the worst place of flood is Kelantan, question mark? I think Kelantan got hit like very fucking hard. I guess this time I'll make armor first. I'm scared of death. Right, wolfhide trousers. Nice. Got it to max quality. I guess we don't need this anymore, actually. Maybe I need to go to the swamp and get some ancient bark. Because I do want to play with a crystal battle axe. A crystal battle axe would be good. I'm pretty sure I talked about this before, but I've been trying to like keep trying to tell myself that it's okay to miss a firm for a year. Right? But I can't help but feel a little bit sad, like, I mean, obviously, right? These what did these though? Can you lobbycon it? I still need to fly there. Which I don't think I can afford the plane ticket right now. It's okay, I'll save up properly for next year so that I can go to Firm. Kobo no— what? You didn't know it? I thought you knew. I thought you knew. Yeah, no firm for this Kobold this year. Unfortunate, I know. That means you guys— yeah, I'm Sarakian, so I still have to fly there. Anyway, me also no firm. For some reason, I don't know why I'm not surprised. Yeah, now you know. Whoa. Am I full? Oh yeah, I'm very full. For me, I would go to meet up friends. So some sort of a lobby con for you then? LobbyCon's good. Paying out 100 for the lowest tier just to meet up friends. Yeah, that's 100. I mean, sure, doing a con is very expensive, right? Now that they open up most of the spaces at Hotel Armada, then yeah, that's understandable, right? For their pricing. Still, though, like, still, it's a little bit, right? Like, personally, I couldn't afford it, unfortunately. I know I'm a broke ass, but still. I need more coal. I need more wood. Is by far one of the more reasonable cons in the region pricing wise. How much the Manila and Singapore costs just for entry? That is very true. I never saw the Manila ones, the Philippine ones. But I saw the Singapore ones. Yeah, it's a little bit on the scary side. We don't count the currency exchange, but the pricing alone is a little bit scary, right? Yeah. 2 shelf. Alright, let's be normal for once. Okay. Workbench level 5. Oh, now you need troll hide. Fuck. Look, workbench craft. Ooh. Is this good? I think this is very good. Nothing new except for this one. I mean, I already upgraded this. Max quality armor 5, sneak plus 15. This one looks like it's only armor 1 as well. But resistance to frost. Locals ever should give it a shot and they told me to pass on it. Oh, the FC? The one I'm actually interested in is IWAG, the Indonesian one. There's a pretty strong free presence there. Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised, but yeah, there's a really strong free presence there. I don't care the armor as long as it looks cool. Well, armor is not gonna show on my model, but I like resistance versus frost. I mean, I'm not gonna get the set. Yeah, this is the set effect makes me sneaky, so I don't think I need that. So I'm gonna craft this one. Bite me. Bite me. Nice too. I don't think I can go to any like FurCon overseas with my financial status, I'm pretty sure. But hey, if I can, I'll definitely give it a try. It's like that. Let's go cut some trees. Trying to find a daddy. Nah, I'll rather be more self-independent. If you're in Sarawak, if you consider local for a meat stand, or the one in Borneo, Borneo Antro Hub, the Bah one, I considered it. But since it's the first year, I'm gonna see how it develops first. I don't want to go there first year. I know maybe it's like judgmental of me to do that, but it's just kind of how I feel. Like I kind of want to wait and see how it feels, right? And if I teach you how to be teach you how to be daddy. Oh, mommy. I mean, I would love to find a mommy. Would be nice. Did I say something though? Also, I want to cut tree. I know a fair amount of Borneo furries that run things simulation and they're honestly very competent at what they do. I mean, currently it's run by Gravy and the gang, right? I know Gravy personally, and I know Gravy speaks highly of me even though I don't deserve it. I mean, since Gravity's first FurCon, It's like I brought him to his first FurCon, so Gravity is like, Gravity always speaks highly of me. It's like, I'm not that good. I'm actually an asshole, you know. But yeah, I do believe in Gravity, Shade, Terry's like the ability to run cons like that. Right? Still, I kind of want to see how it develops for the first time running a con. It's just kind of. Oi, dimakan. Queens. I don't know why that scared me a lot. Why are you hitting trees? Oh, do they count trees as my own, like... Don't you just need to rent a hotel and tell to use protection? Well, not everyone who goes to FurCon wants to fuck. Only. Not me anyway. I tend to Aussie only because I know folks there. That's fair. Although I know people goes to... Like, people goes to FurCon to meet up and, you know, sometimes do things, right? Very understandable. They do them, it's all good. But usually when I go to FurCon, I would love to spend time just like suit up and meet more friends and people over there. I would like that. So it's pretty cute, to be honest. Heck yeah, thank you. Actually, I would have loved to have taken pictures and have lunch or something. See, the thing is... It's time for me to be an asshole, okay? let me explain my situation here. So, there is... Shamefully, right? a lot of people tries to like find me, tries to invite me out to tries to invite me out to like lunch to dinner during firm times, right? But because I have people that I look up to as well, because I have people that I look up to as well, it's like, oh shit. Well, most of the time during firm, and then there are people who's like, oh shit, you wanna have a talk? You know, we can have dinner at this place. You wanna join us? It's like, yes, but no. Like, honestly, that makes me feel like such an asshole. But honestly, I feel so... I honestly feel so flattered when people do that, by the way, right? When there's people out there who's like, oh my god, I want to have a chat with you, and then ask me out to have like a dinner of some sort, right, together, to have lunch, to have food, or like just hang out together, and then it's like, oh shit, I need to find people as well. Right? Usually I would love to like hang out with people that I know and people that I look up to as well. I understand, right? So sometimes I kind of feel like I kind of want to stay longer than just the firm times, so that people can like interact with me more, right? More chance to interact with me, even though not a lot of people, but still. I think the solution is to stay a little longer than the weekend that firm happens in. Yeah, I should totally do that. And I should probably say that as well. I know I did that once, right? 2 years ago, I went to firm for... I went to firm, and then I was there for about a week plus. And then I didn't tell people about it. So I was just staying at the hotel and just like being a lazy ass. And sometimes grab out to like grab out to walk around the mall. That's it. Oh my god. I mean, like, holy shit, social anxiety is a thing. Oh, it's so stupid. So, in that regard, after that year, I feel like I want to be. Wait, hi, Brecky. I feel like I want to be more vocal about what I'm doing because there is surprisingly quite an amount of people who wants to interact with me and talk to me, get to know me better, right? Especially during firm. So I want to change myself for the better. Next time if I really go to firm, I will go more days and I will be vocal about it and I'll try to reach out more instead of like people reaching me out and then not getting any like not getting any interaction with me. Yeah, but that's like next time when I go to firm. Maybe like next year or something. So yeah, that's why, that's how I'm kind of like behaving like an asshole there during firm. Oh my god. I feel so bad too, right? Because they were like they were really looking forward to interact with me, right? And then Dash me is like, oh, I don't know, I kind of want to meet someone as well. It's like, oh no. Wow. Ooh, I want to make this. Ooh, I gonna make this. I don't think you're being an asshole. It's a lot of people and you kind of have to choose. You can only hope people are understanding about it. That is true as well, yeah. Like there's only one me. Even though not a lot of people finds me, but still quite a little bit more than I anticipated, right? Especially... Oh, especially last year, yeah. Last year was crazy. And last year I wasn't out like fighting a lot of people as well because last year is the first time they introduced the arcade station where I get to play games. So I was there playing Tekken 8 all the time. It's like, oh shit. And then Cat was there. It's like, oh look at this, we're gonna playing Tekken over there. Oh my god. It's like, yeah, what's up? I want to play Tekken there. What do you want? So yeah, shamefully I spend most of the time playing Tekken 8 over there. It's fun though. Yeah, Cat. It was on the con. I'll probably leave after 10 minutes because too many people. That's fair too. I don't really roam around. I don't really roam around as much when I'm not suiting because I'm also afraid of like people. I'm surprised how connected he is. He is, right? He is. I mean, his online presence is pretty strong, no? I mean, I don't really like. I don't really care how strong of a presence that people are. To me, it's just like if they vibe with me, then good. If they don't vibe with me, I'll usually just avoid. Because usually when it comes to hanging around with people, I'm a very like solo kind of person. I don't really hang around with a group. I'm usually just like alone, and if people like wants to hang out with me, they'll find me and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm very different in that regard. How is the snow area so far? It's not bad. I mean, I'm getting a lot of silver. I got some dragon egg. Very nice. Snow area is pretty fun, honestly. It's not as annoying as swamp. So that's a plus in my book. And then there's dragons as well, so it's a big plus in my book. You get it? That's believable. Waiting for people to talk to me and then no one does. Brecky, if I get to meet you in real life, I will so talk to you so much, and I hope you don't think that I'm like, I'm just gonna look at Brecky. It's like, oh my god, Tekken. Never answer my question, so that means I win by default. Did you ask a question? I might have missed it. Oh my god, mouse wheel. Oh, I found it. What if I invite you to battle instead of dinner? I'm gonna lose. What do you mean? You're so much bigger than I am, both character and in real life. I'm gonna get destroyed. If I were breaking, I would speak German word sounding sounds at them for 7 hours. I would love to meet some of my online friends that I meet on Twitch, right? Would be so much fun, I feel like. I joined a VR hangout once with 2 people that invited me. They ran off talking to their friends and I just sat in the corner a bit and left because I couldn't handle it. Yeah, that happens to me a lot as well, right? There are... I'm not gonna say who, but there are a few people that invites me to a VR hangout, right? And then I'm just being left out. exactly like how yeah. Do you peek in VR a bunch? No, I hardly play VR. I don't have a VR headset. I'm just like a desktop user. I'm broke. I'm broke. But yeah, like there are. It was like many years ago, honestly. But there are people who who ask me to go like, hey, VR got hangout. You want to go play for a beat CI? It's like, oh yeah, sure, okay. Make a product that Tracy go back. I will politely decline that request. Why would I want to do that? Yeah, I should just do that, honestly. So yeah, talking about Firm makes me like reminiscent the time that I spent in Firm. It's really fun, honestly. I like it. And yes, it is sad that I don't get to go to Firm this year, but it does mean that I have more time to save up for next year's Firm, so hopefully I'll have a better time there next year. And I look forward to it. I got a headset recently because I had to throw away money. I don't really get to VR chat much as again, no one asked me to play, but I've been checking out some stuff. Have Brekkie been playing Beat Saber? I heard Beat Saber is fun and I would love to try it out someday. Beat Saber. CT, if you had a spare rig they can swing your way or something. Oh my god. I think CT asked me before. And then I kinda went to his house when I was still in KL studying. And then it's like I try out his VR headset and it's like, oh shit. And then there are times where I just go to his house and play VR. I mean he doesn't mind, but still. Yeah, CT knows everyone. I don't know how he does that. Way too out of shape for Beat Saber. Maybe it would still be fun though. Maybe could play some easy soothing music. Right, I need ancient bark, and I'm pretty sure I need a lot of ancient bark. Let's go south and cut some trees. 1 map per day? Hey, that's 1 map per day. Never really played rhythm games because my internal rhythm is really bad. Oh. I guess that's understandable. I mean, my family has good rhythm in general, and then there's one of my sisters. There's one of my sister who has no sense of rhythm, which is, you know, kind of funny, but it's okay. They call me Asian Bark on account of what? I don't get it. Confused Kobo noises. Back at this hellhole again. Ugh. Jump here, stupid. Do you not know how to jump? There we go. Give me more ancient bark. I have fucking obsidian arrow now, don't play with me. They ran away. Weird. That's a first for Droger. Weren't they like full of honor or something like that, and then they ran away? I was learning piano for a year, I just couldn't press buttons on time. Am I getting raided here? Here, of all places. Sure, okay, here we go. Oh, the Drago is back. Alright, here we go, I guess. Why here though? Did you just destroy my portal? Oh, they're just killing leeches and stuff. You're cleaning the swamp for me. Holy shit. Nope, nope, nope. I don't need that card anymore, you fuck. Sorry, I love you though. I think my portal is destroyed. They're helpful though. Why am I killing them? I'm resistance versus frost, you stupid. That's right. No, I shouldn't call them stupid, that's so cute though. No, I feel bad now, I'm sorry. What am I doing? Oh, my portal is alive. Behind. Don't go, I need your trophy. Was it frostbite? I think I was frostbitten for a bit. I didn't know that's possible. Thank you. Well, this is the easiest raid by far. Well, raid, quote unquote. Any Drake trophy? No! This game sucks. I want to make a helmet, but then I need one more Drake. One more Drake trophy. There was one more body? Was it here? I remember killing one here. Alright, bitch ass, I'm busy! Get out of here! That's right. Are they trying to destroy my thing? Yep, I'm still too small for you. Unfortunate for you. Northeast? North is up, east is east here? Wait, east is right? Or east is left? Oh fuck. I think east is right. I think east is right. Hey, there's much of entrails. Ancient bark, nice. East is right. Okay, then I was right, luckily. That was definitely not. 哎呦，你阿妈给账好很烦哦，你们真的是。North, east, southwest, clockwise. No, okay, east, right, west, west, left. Okay, I think that's easier to remember. Ay, oi, 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 oi. Ay, oi, oi. Fuck Swamp, honestly. Fuck Swamp. Alright, come here. Goodness, I'm rested. Might be in the ocean. Oh, okay. Alright, give me your stuff. Not that I care. I'm so mean in swamp. don't really see any shiny things. I mean, I don't think it will float, but it will at least shine like that. I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. Let's get back for now. Nighttime swamp, I'm still afraid. We have a good amount of ancient bark, so it's okay now. It's okay. We still have plenty of chance to go fight drakes in the mountain, so it should be fine. I'm keeping the withered bones for one funny reason. That reason being I want to beat the shit out of bone mass anytime I can. I'll try and make this first. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, it's so hard to decide. I mean, I can make both. I'll make this one first. It does poison by itself? Oh my god. I need a lot more silver. I'm being inspired, oh my god. Well, I got new bow to play with. Let's check. Pierce 53, Pierce 51, yeah. I'm done playing with you. Alright, let's go get... Do I need to get EP? No, actually I don't need that. Still nothing on the food preparation table. Make some obsidian arrow. Very nice. Me. Yeah, I hate the Grey Dwarfs so much. Hey, for fuck's sake. Oh my god, shiny bow? Of course their bitch ass would just run away after throwing a rock. I hate them so much. The fact that they just runs away after throwing a rock at me is so fucked up. I hate that behavior with a passion. Like, even though it's just a game, I get it, but still, those kind of behavior I really hate. I mean, sure, it's like, some gameplay, people would say that it's like, what's it called again? Zoning? Yeah, I hate zoners. Oh, man. I'm also keeping Grey Dwarf eyes now because I know that I can make it... I can use it to make ice cream, so yeah. See? Ice cream. Okay. Do I dare go there now? I guess it should be fine. Am I out of wood? No way. Oh my god, I am. Yeah, get fucked. Should I get more fine wood? How did the deer die here? What the heck? Oh wait, if I make crystal battle axe, that means I can cut trees slightly faster, I think? I don't think I need deer meat anymore. How is this skeleton now? Let's do the things real quick. Guess I really do need a lot of wood. Let's spend a bit of time trying to get more wood here. I think this should be good enough. Stinky? I don't think I have that command. Hi, Roxas. I thought you're the stinky one. Okay, let's get back and get more silver. I think it's okay. I'm only gonna stay at that area, try to get more silver. I think I still have quite a bit of silver on that one small area. Then I'll destroy that portal and I'll make a new one at the nearby silver ore vein. Roxas, you're going to farm this year? I think you told me before, but I forgot. Oh, is that all the ore vein? I think that's all the ore vein. Yeah, I think that's all the ore vein. Well, let's destroy these things. I think I'm done with this. This one nearby here as well. It's there. Let's build somewhere slightly further away. Wait. I think it's just a normal, yeah, it's just a normal rock. Mountain is surprisingly more safe than Black Forest. Can I say that? Like, I'm not getting bombarded by great wolves here. Unlike when I was in fucking Black Forest, I'm just constantly getting bombarded by great wolves. It's so bad. And then here, maybe I just got lucky, but there's nothing happening here. I like it. Let's go get more. This is such a good idea. Just destroying portals and then make a new one at the nearby ore vein? Holy. Huge brain. Honestly, listening to Mario Kart music these days makes me want to play Mario Kart again. But I never really played Mario Kart online because like people are way too good with Mario Kart. I only played for a little bit online and that's pretty much it. give silver. This is such a quick way of getting silver. I think I can store my meat for now. So then I can maybe grab 25 silver. Nice, mixed quality bow. Let's make some good gear before we traverse the mountain more. Maybe I can visit somewhere that's like further away, like a further away mountain. Maybe that's like a bigger and scarier mountain. Definitely gonna need a lot more. Stamina regenerates so slow. I am secretly hoping in the future in the future of the game where there's like a food that can improve regeneration, improve stamina regeneration. It's kind of what I want. Today's weather is making me kind of want to sleep. It's making me a little bit eepy. Spirit? Spirit? Are these like new damage? Holy shit, it has like multiple attack properties. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Crystal Battle Axe, oh my god. Why do I have extra hole? I'm keeping the Iron Mace for now. Because currently I don't think I have like a stronger blunt weapon. Yeah. Oh, it's shiny? Oh my god. This is also shiny? Holy shit, this is the best game ever. Alright, one more micromanaging. Okay, let's get more. I think yeah, the O-ring is still there. One O-ring is so big actually, it's kinda crazy. Like look at that. Crazy how there's still more. What? Am I getting bombed? Hi Evie. But why am I getting bombed? No bong for Terra, bong for you? But no, but you, Evie didn't do anything bad. No, why? But still, hi Evie. Hope you're doing good. And there's more. Holy heck. I'm trying to think maybe the previous all rain I didn't clean it up. Maybe there's more, but I don't know. It's fine. think 2 charcoal kiln is enough. Yeah, there's still a healthy amount of charcoal. Or coal. Is there a difference between charcoal and coal? I don't think there is. I mean, don't they behave the same? Looks the same? Or maybe I'm dumb. I don't know. In game or in real life? Actually, yeah, in real life. I'm kind of curious about it. Like, are they different? In game, I don't know. In real life, coal is basically charcoal that has been underground for many centuries and got pressed into a rock. Oh, so charcoal is more man-made? And then coal is more... what's the other word? Self-made? Self-made? Yeah? Oh, okay. So, functionality-wise, I'm pretty sure they functions the same. Natural would probably be a better word. Oh, yeah. Slash pierce spirit. Wow. So silver weapons are just stronger in general. Fang spear is just like pure piercing though. I'm glad I didn't make that. Normal coal lasts a bit longer, holds more energy. Oh my god, Paul. Since it's more organic material compressed in the same space. Okay. I see. Oh my god, Batoix is so expensive. And to get more. And Paul, amazing. Like another set of ore vein here? I think there's no more ore vein here. getting a lot of silver. Love shiny. Shiny silver shiny. Oh. No wonder I have no health and stamina. I think that's enough ancient bark, I hope. This is one big ore vein. I'm actually a lucky bolt, I feel like. I feel like this ore vein is way bigger than the one that I had. Give silver. Oh yeah, also to refrain myself from playing this game off stream a little bit, like whenever I have some free time after I stream, I would usually just play some Maple Story actually. I play Maple Story to prevent myself from playing more Valheim off stream. Oh my god, I know, right? Maple Story! Exactly. But since I don't play Maple C, because I already forgot all my like ID password, my OTP, my second password, my second password, or whatever password that Maple C requires, it's so fucking crazy. I already forgot about it. So I'm playing like the private server of Maple Story. It's not like one snail can brings me to level 200. No. I'm playing a version that's like post Big Bang. Yeah, post Big Bang. And it's only like 4 times experience, which is like good enough. Not too fast, not too slow. Honestly though, Maple Story is so good. How is this 30 silver? Holy hell. No. You absolute dick fuck. Alright, you're getting the new axe treatment. Asshole. Oh. And you're getting a new paper. Oh my god, the bow is so shiny. I think I need to cut wood again. 45 is crazy, okay. So was your model something you had to import in yourself? You just need to download the mod and then configure some options or like some notepad options and some name change, and you can have the model. I mean, the most troublesome part is to make your own model, I guess. Which I did make my own models actually. I know I don't do art as much, but I am kind of a 3D artist. Maybe I'm not. I'm not a 3D artist anymore. I didn't do art for so long. It's crazy. Is retexturing a hassle? Depends. If the model has good UV map and can be accessed with, if it can be accessed with, if it has a Substance Painter file, then it should be a lot easier. If not, then it's hard. Hard as in you have to like have the proper UV outline so that you can have like you can have an idea on what part is what part. Something like that. It can get kind of tough if the texture file is not accessible through Substance Painter. Still possible, just a lot of trouble. Also, hi Sri. Hong Kong? Oh my god, a dragon Hong. Oh, a weird Hong Kong. Imagine these models don't have Substance Painter file. Not that they're meant to be super detailed anyway. I mean, my model is very simple, right? I use ZBrush for the model, and then I use Blender for the basic UV unwrap and the basic rig, and then I use Substance Painter for the basic texture, and then just import it to Unity, and then from Unity import it as a VRM, and that's how I got my own models. Still no new meat though. Weird. Hubsri is doing it. Okay, what else do we need with silver? There's no silver pickaxe, right? So silver pickaxe is getting skipped? Oh yeah, I do want this. Drake trophy now. Oh yeah, no new... Busy with work but doing good things. Thank you. I'm glad you're doing good. Hopefully work is not too much trouble. I think it's time to cut trees again. Are you blind? Oh, I guess you are. Good for me then. I pressed the wrong button. Holy shit, I panicked. I pressed the wrong button. What the fuck? I could have died there. you too? I'm doing pretty okay myself. Although my body is sore because of what happened yesterday with all the spare parts carrying stuff. But I think that's a good kind of sore, so no complaints from me. Muscular Kobo now? No muscular Kobo, only pain Kobo. Only Kobo in pain. Let's cut more tree. And then we're gonna go get more silver. Although I'm not too sure what I can create more with silver. It doesn't have... I mean, Battle Axe could be like an upgrade to Axe in general, I think. Yikey peaky. Ooh. I thought I was gonna get squished, holy shit. Why are there so many random stuff laying around here? I think that's why. I need 7 trophy stand. Let me bring my bronze snail. I think that should be enough. Maybe I can add one here. We have a rave trophy. Oh, did I made it? Oh, oops. I didn't even check. Yeah, that's right, that's right. 9 Lupo. Welcome. Ooh, spooky. And then bone mass trophy. Oh my gosh! Oh my god, it looks so shit. I hate it. Ooh, why is so jiggly? Yeah. Oh, Top Ganakai looks like shit. I hate it. Oh my god, it looks like Machu Sai. What the? Oh, what the? Machu Sai Kwane. Oh, Siki now. I hate it. I'm so glad I killed Bone Mass so many times. It's so ugly, I love it. No, that's not what it meant. That's gross, exactly. Don't look at it. Whee. I should kill more Bone Mass. Right, how are we looking at? Everything still one. Still have a lot of ores. One? Okay, we're out of silver now. What the heck? One. There's only left with this. I will need more wolf pelt and one more drake trophy. I guess it's time to explore mountain a little bit more. I feel confident. I feel confident with my armor right now, I feel like. Battle axe is fine. New bow, very shiny, I love it. Shiny battle axe, I have to use it, even though it's not good against Golem, but I think that's fine. And I don't think I need freeze resistance anymore. I don't need the meat anymore, I'm pretty sure, since my armor is frost resistance now. So I think for now I just need to bring heal and stamina meat, which should be fine, right? Should be fine. Give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. I'll be right back. Chat, guys, give me a second. I'll be right back. I need to go to my mailbox real quick. Apparently, my friend gave me a red letter, like the wedding invitation, right? So I'll be right back real quick. I'm gonna go grab it first. Anyway, why is the mailbox so far? I'm back. Okay. I got it. It's the wedding invitation. Oh, it's official now. Not mine though. My friend's wedding invitation. Went to a Chinese restaurant. Oh, use Chinese the whole time? Oh, it's the first time using real Chinese only interaction. I'm kind of proud of myself. Heck yeah. That's heckin' amazing. Well, that does mean your English block. Your Chinese is improving greatly. Heckin' good work, Loco. We're good on food, we're good on everything. I think silver. I should probably get a little bit more silver, I think. Yeah, I should probably get more silver. Just a little bit more. Give me a second. Most important part. Aye! It's been 3.5 years of hard work studying. Hell yeah! And it's it's paying off. The hard work. Any dragons at the wedding? God, I hope so. And chances are low though, since my friend is not very familiar with. I mean, they are familiar with my love for dragons, but they don't know about me being a Kobo on the internet and me doing this here, and also my furry stuff. They don't know. They just think that I'm really into cosplaying. That's it. So you can say with me in real life too, right? just gonna keep it a secret. I think that's the best way of doing it. In Mandarin, the one with dialect. Or for Lupo? I think Lupo is studying Mandarin, yeah. I'm not told my own folks about the furry stuff either. There's no need to actually, I feel like. Not that I want to anyway. I just feel like there's no need. Oh, there's actually enough silver. Alright, then let's continue exploring the mountain. Very nice. Heck yeah. Felt the most practical choice to start with Mandarin. It sounds about right? But there's still a little bit more here. I want it. I need it. I wouldn't mind if they were accepting, but honestly furry stuff isn't at the forefront of my concerns. Yeah, I mean, I've been a furry for... Oh! Salil a spot. Oh my god, I've been a furry for like... at least 12 years. Oh shit. I'm fucking old. God damn it. But yeah, like, I mean, my family doesn't know anything about it, right? But I don't think I want them to know about it. I'm okay with them knowing that I love dragons so much to the point where I'm obsessed, right? I'm okay with that, but to know about this furry fandom stuff, I think I'm alright. So... Almost 2.5 decades now? Ooh, you're older than I am. Wow, old. Cannot believe it. Wowee. 2.5 decades is... Oh, 25年了, 25. Grey muzzle, basically. It sounds about right. That's a long time, yeah. The kids tell you what? My family is quite traditional-ish, so they view anything sci-fi fantasy related as childish. So they only know that I like wildlife stuff, but that's about it. My family is... They're quite accepting with what I do, actually, right? But still, I don't want to let them know about like the furry stuff. What if they stumble upon furry and then they just like stumble upon tens and thousands of not even porn and some shit, right? I don't think I want them to know about that. So, yeah, best to let them be in the dark about this. And also, my family doesn't really like the idea of like horns and stuff. I guess that makes them traditional as well, question mark, maybe? I still love them though. Honestly, amazing family, so I'm okay with this. Understandable? Yeah. Imagine they went to the EU website, I'm dead. If they go to the EU website, I will cease to exist. Holy heck, there's more! Although I'm amazed, I can still react with you on that. I actually don't know what orientation I am, right? Like, some people know that they're Ace, they're Demi, they're Pan, which is, like, amazing. More power to them, right? I feel like... Is there a thing that I feel like I'm only attracted towards dragons, so one of that, right? Oh no. They say it's another one of those blue websites. Blue? One day they'll find out and come here and say, we found this cool thing called furry. It's so great and full of sexy dragons. Oh my god. I would cease to exist again. Like Facebook, Tumblr, or Twitter. Oh. I'm gonna go, yeah, I'm just gonna finish this silver ore vein. It's okay, they don't know about anything, and they don't know anything about the website for now, so it's fine. You can try reading about Egosexual later. It's about being primarily interested in fantasy settings and stuff, not saying that you are, just suggesting. Ooh. I mean, I would say that maybe I'm dragon sexual. But then I love reptilians in general, though. Out of coal again. Really burning through coal. Sexuality is confusing like that? Exactly. I mean, I'm just glad that I found myself, I discovered myself more and more the more I stream. So it's a blessing, honestly. I mean, I used to be like, I don't know what I was, but now I'm trans, so. Yeah. We're figuring out over time so you're not alone. Yeah. And maybe my streams sometimes can help people figure themselves out. Which would be nice, right? Would be nice. You find a nice loving dragon? Oh god, I hope so. I want the dragon to be nice with me, and I want to be nice to the dragon as well. Do you have a preference for Western or Eastern style of dragons? Do you want noodles or pears? I'm okay with any, honestly. There's not much of a preference other than them being a dragon. It's good enough, I think. Pear. How about wyverns? Are we pancakes? Pancakes! Oh my god, they're flat. To me personally, I think all dragons are just precious. Well, some unspeakable ones, though. Some unspeakable ones, we don't talk about them. You know, someone like by the name of Shadow Scale or some sort. Wyverns are the one with only back legs, right? And wings? Yeah. Bird-like. Right? All dragons are very cool, honestly. And I would love all of them to just destroy me, huh? Noodles, pears, and pancakes? Close enough. And yes, I like all dragon types too. Maybe 3 is a Kobo. I'm joking. What if though? Wait, give me a second. Okay, there we go. I think that's everything on that ore vein. What if there's actually that mountain cave? That would be so cool. Let's equip Wishbone. Alright, we can destroy this now. And also destroy this. Wham! And then this is gone. Alright. Alright, who wants to have a taste of a new shiny Battle X? If I had more resources, I'd consider making a bird like Kobo. Currently managing 2 Sonas is quite tricky for me already. I get that. I mean, I have four characters, but I feel like I'm only interacting with my bold like most of the time. So I don't know how I feel about that. I was still like, I still love all my characters, right? Definitely. $37. Did I do damage with this? Not a lot. I'll mine you. I'll mine Stone Golem. Come here. Oh, whatever. Look at them Naruto run. Watch too much anime. They do 0 damage against that thing. This is great. This is just amazing. Morning, by the way. Kinda feel bad, but I had to deal with them. Dragon is killing the other enemies while failing spectacularly. I got greedy. Let's look around if I can like find some Drake trophies. Yeah. Oh, there's more egg. No wonder it's so aggressive. There's 3 egg here. No wonder there's so many drakes. I have 6 Evely. I actually originally got from Rimworld and 2 dragons. The Evely are a handful and have to juggle the personalities off as well. Don't think there's much here. I choose on how I feel. Oh, I mean, I kind of do. But most of the time I just want to be a kobold. And I feel like my other characters are to check on my kobold thing. Right, they're there to manage the kobold shenanigans. Like my snake, my dragon, and then my cryptid. To look at the kobold so that the kobold is not up to too much shenanigans. It's something like that. I don't know, it's kind of fun. I hear wolves. Well, I think that's this mountain. Not much, but a lot of silver ore vein, and I still have extra ore vein that I haven't mined yet. But I feel like I'm like set on silver for now. Oh my god. Must be skilled in handling so many. Jameson very skilled. Not me though, I'm just a kobold. Oh. Fighting noises? Oh my god, there's more golem. Really do need the maze for this. The trick shot? Sorry, dragon. I need your trophy. too early. I mean, there's some damage. Still too early. Yeah, I think that's better. We can parry the left hand. Or not. Yeah, that's way better. Parry the fast one, right? Well, there's this Hi Burnoe. Welcome. Put a bit of yourself, or at least a person you understand each one, and if you need a pause from one or the other, have them get busy with something in the background. Thanks for the happy. Sounds like a fun way to handle all at one too. I feel like all of my characters is, yeah, a bit of myself. I kinda like it. Oh, there's one here, but I destroyed the thing. I should build, yeah, I should build a boat. Get here, build a, maybe build that A portal here so that I can explore the mountain. Maybe not. A deeper sewer and one here. No visible mountain other than this one here. Hard to say. No. Wait, how do I know? How do I find the I mean, I got some dragon egg. Maybe I can do something with the dragon egg? I'm Persona in the first character. I'm so scared of not liking the result of my Persona. It's the first that I made a character just for that. Oh. First so expensive as fuck? I know, right? Holy. I mean, as much as I want to afford the second one, that is my Kobo, but I don't think it's possible. Maybe in the far future, maybe if I'm like accomplished enough. But for now, I don't see how I can make that happen. But I sure as hell can try my best. I don't want to see more cobalt suits out there. Nick. Don't do it! Don't do it! I'm just a couple. 哎，我老啊，你就是要玩是吗？来啊！ I mean, I kinda had to. Oh, it's not this one. Nick. My shiny battle axe. I love my shiny battle axe. I wonder how far next gonna chase me. Not far. Is it raining? Oh, it is raining. Holy shit. I like rain. You want to do this? Bitch, bitch. Get out of here. If I ever get a first, it'll be an intro for my sonas, since both my sonas are full quadrupeds. And I don't think I want to walk around in a quad clothes. It's also incredible. I mean, there are quad suits. Beast Cup makes them. I've seen quite a few, and that looks cool as fuck. So maybe you can take that into consideration. It is way more expensive though, to my knowledge. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I'm not too sure. I've seen a few Beast Cup Pharaoh suits out there, and it's so amazing. I should just do this. They're really cool, yeah. Hard to use, maintain is super expensive. Check before, yeah. Like, especially when you're in Malaysia, where the weather is like extremely hot, then yeah, you really have to think about like suits like that. I wonder if I can make something new with wolf jerky. Let's make one. No? Okay. Well, make two. My first two makers from Taiwan. Oh, Sylvan? Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Sylvan's like Sylvan's suits is just hot. Like fuck yeah, kind of hot. Like Casey, like the Crescent, the dragon, it's like holy hell. That's hot as fuck. Oh yeah, I need Grey Dwarf Eye. I got Joel. 10. Okay. I'll probably just get a partial if we ever consider full suiting or first suiting. Yeah. And partial is fine in my book. I would start with partial, but for Kobo, I think I want full, since my body is not really what I want. I like to be able to get a partial from a Chinese maker, something kimono leaning. Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of makers that's like kimono leaning. That's like in China, I'm pretty sure. I mean, wasn't there like a lot of people once from Kagetsu Kigurumi, I think? No, Kagetsu something. I forgot what the name is, the maker. I can see why, but I whenever I see Kagetsu's fursuit, I just feel like every character looks the same. I mean, it's kind of bad, right? It's kind of bad that I think that way, but I cannot help but feel that way though whenever I see their suits. Like their dragon, their wolf, their like different species looks a little bit too similar, I feel like. Still, I love them though. Like their suits, good stuff. That would be my only complaint though, like with their suits. I don't think there's anything I can do with bear meat. Like, I'm not doing anything with bear meat here, they're just here. I don't know, I don't want to throw away the things. I don't want to throw away. So, where do we go now? I mean, there's a mountain here. It looks like a huge chunk of mountain. I guess I can go to this merchant and then explore this one. Yeah, I can do that. Let's go north. Looking good. Everything looked good. Let me just fix it real quick. One thing I know about partials personally is that I can combine various clothes fashions too, which is ironic for me to say since I prefer a full-time apparel. That's easy to wear. Oh yeah, like my suits. Because my suit is like neck vision, so I cannot really wear them in the partially way. Or else my head. Or else, if I just wear my head and then wear normal clothing, my head will be way too big. So I can only go full or none. My suit anyway, so it's kind of special, right? And yeah, less heaty to wear. But the suit that I want for the Kobo, I think I just want it to be like, I don't know what I want actually. Like, what do I want for my Kobo? What kind of style do I want? I think I want cartoony, but not too Western style cartoony. I mean, I'm okay with cartoony, but I don't know, alright? I might have to research on that. Alright, we're good. If you can handle the Fusu, go for it. I can. I got some practice in. Some. Although I won't be able to suit up for like, I can suit up for 2-3 hours. I'm okay with that. Anything more than 2 or 3 hours, it's a little bit too much, I feel like. I mean, the longest I suited up my suit is in Singapore when I first attended AFA. I think I suited for like almost the entire afternoon. 5 hours plus? Yeah, that's like my longest one. They were spotter? Usually I do during Forum. It's Roxas. Even though like me and Rox is like a funny case because we are both like we're both like, what do I want? I don't know what I want. and, 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 and then Rox is like, what? You don't know what you want? How I spot you? And I don't know. Just look at me. I don't know. But we're both like, I mean, I trust him as a spotter. He's amazing, honestly. It's just I'm weird. I'm so weird. Oh my god, there's a bear. What the fuck? Can the bear swim? 尼玛真是。I'm sure that hurts, yeah? Just indecisive? I feel like I'm just indecisive, but somehow Roxas knows what I want. Or like sometimes when I suit, and then I was like, oh shit, I'm hot. Do you have like a fan or some shit? And then he just brings one out. It's like, nah. It's like he knows, like he knows how to be a spotter. He's amazing. Like I need water, and then oh yeah, I have one. And then whenever he brings me to the first launch, and it's like he would just help me take out my head, and then just be like, yeah, he's great. He's honestly great. Not perfect per se, but to me personally, I think that could be like close to perfect already. Spot more dragons for me. Yeah, he should do that more actually. Although I did, oh funny thing, I did tell him to do this. I told him to be like, oh, 找多一点龙哎，有龙换你点我一下。Essentially, I said like, hey, just spot more dragons for me. If you see a dragon, maybe like poke me so that I can know. I mean, he did that, but it's so funny. I like him. I mean, he did poke me once, but both of us is so shy. so then when he pokes me, and then I was like, oh, bring me there. It's like, no lah, hiya, you go lah. It's like, no, I'm scared. It's like, I'm scared too. You shoot, I know shoot. It's like, oh yeah, okay. Oh. I don't know, I'm just scared, okay? Spontaneous wingman, exactly. Corix, oh my god. Oh my god, Corix. Thanks for the raid. What were you playing? Hello. Metroid Prime Beyond. Ah, I'm slightly faster. Oh, I'm slightly faster again. Yeah. Thanks for the raid. Also, hi again, Nixon. Welcome, Raiders. Hope stream was good. Right? Welcome in Raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love Dragons 2 bits. I love Dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope stream was good. I'm here trying to find dragons in mountain. Nomixon. Oh, eat. Nom. Nibble. Also, look, I have shiny weapon now. I have crystal battle axe and I have shiny bow. It's shiny. Oh my goodness. Steel? I should probably add a steel command, should I? Well, if you need any post-stream, okay? Like, get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Appreciate the rate. Post-stream care very important, right? Don't really know much about Valheim. Me too. I mean, it's the first time me trying to like tackle the mountain. So yeah, enjoying it so far because there's like dragons here. What is this structure? Is this a structure or is this just rock formation? I should probably make a thing here. Just in case I die so that I can come back immediately. Oh, why are there skeletons there? They just know where I am. They're just like stepping my way. What the heck? Get out of here. I cannot see my crosshair. Too white here. I mean, it doesn't help that there's a snowstorm going on. I wonder if there's going to be like a cave of some sort. Oh, Tekken. I had to do it. I kinda need the trophy. Man, Drake Trophy is really rare. Alright, okay, alright, okay. There we go, that was fast. Hey, Battle Axe works too. Is it here? Not here. Yeah, it's here. Why is the ping so slow? Is it bugged? Uh-huh. No? Yeah? Oh. Oh, I'm confused. I mean, there's no way it's up here. Zering. Tekken Tekken. I mean, I don't need silver anymore. I just... Oh. It's here. Yeah, it's somewhere here. I guess I'll just get the ore rain then. Is it full? Wait! Ixen is so precious, honestly. I found it! The trophy! Okay, okay, we good. I love the dragon so much. Weird, is it not here? Oh. I forgot it can be this fast. There we go. Oh, just hit this once and then we get more. Yeah, look at Ixen. Heckin' precious dragon. Found it. I mean, I think I just need that one thing. You wanna hit me? There's more. Did I hit it once? I did. Okay, so there's another one nearby. No? What? What? It's not that one. It's here? Do you have like 2 ore veins here? Maybe you do. Isn't it the same one though? It's no. You. It's fine. I'm good. Nayuhuri aware of frost worms. Okay, we know about that already. We like the frost dragon. Sim? Oh, Sim is a frost dragon, right? Oh, Noodle? Hi, Fenrir. Sim precious. Dragons are precious, honestly. Frost dragon, the cutie, I know, right? I tried. It's not here. Oh yeah, the music stopped here. Let me replay this one. Okay, there we go. So heckin' cute. Like Ixon. Heck yeah, got him. Oh. Something sounded different just now. It's here. Oh no, are you under this rock? Oh, that's... It's under this rock. Wait. Another snowstorm? Shit. Yeah, it's under this rock. Oh no. I mean, there's something shiny there. Where'd you come from? There, found it. How many wolves are there? A lot, apparently. I don't think I need that much wolf meat. I don't see a need for it for now. Also, I love getting spoiled by Tekken. And just come up things. Yeah, this looks like a really big area. Man, it's really hard to traverse around terrains like this. I should probably walk towards the shiny. Yeah, that one. How's Tira today? Tira's body is sore. But it's a good kind of sore, and I'm happy because I'm... Oh! Am I dead? I think I'm dead. There's a werewolf. Why are you destroying that house? What the heck? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. You know what? That's fair. I got a trophy. Shiny. Band ring trophy. Halfway between wolf and man, its face frozen in a snarl of pain. Good kind of sore, like from a dragon. Oh, God, I wish. No, it's because yesterday I was carrying a lot of like spare parts around, trying to sell them as scrap metal. Yeah, a lot of work being done yesterday, so that's why. But God, I want... If a dragon do something from behind of Kobo that makes the kobold sore, God. I'm not even gonna deny it anymore. It's what I want. That's dragon egg. I don't think I need any more dragon egg. I have 3. And one of them is like... One dragon egg is 200 kilograms. It's way too heavy. Yeah, I feel like arrows is going to be a lot more useful here. Because the amount of drapes... I need to make more arrows, essentially. Oh my god, I got a big fluffy Tekken. Holy, did you see me from that far? Yikey picky. How about no? Whoop, suddenly there's a lot of things going on. Newton. Still for nefarious reasons. I don't like that sound. Oh. Why not steal Kobo? Kobo thirsty for dragon. I don't think I'm gonna die here. The portal is not too far away, it's fine. We have dragon eggs, so I might as well just pin it. Oh, that's the Black Forest already. Okay. It's not as big as I thought, this mountain. Whoa. Keep doing that. Yeah, keep doing that. Oh, they only dropped Wolf Fang? I guess that's a night exclusive enemy. Let me walk the border of this mountain so that I can sort of gauge how big this mountain is. Okay, that's already Black Forest. Okay, okay. So it's not... Yeah, it's not that big actually. I think all mountains is not that big. I just need to find the right mountain for the right thing. Oh. Yeah, there sure is a lot of wolf stuff. I don't need that much wolf meat. Nah. Maybe I need to find houses like this. There's a cave. There's a cave. There's a cave. Oh my god, it's a cave! We found it! Big snow cave. Well, I guess we go in. Frost caves? I knew this cave! Do I want to be here? What the fuck? I don't know if I want to be here anymore. Holy shit, shut up! It's so scary. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Oh fuck. Oh! Leather scraps. Shut up! Is there going to be infinite bats? Okay, nothing's here. Oh my god, I couldn't hit them. So there's 2 places to go down. I hate them! Get fucked. Okay, infinite bats, I should ignore them. Ooh, shiny. Oh my god, they're actually annoying as fuck! Everything is fine. I mean, what can you do? Yeah, what can you do? You do 1 damage to me. Alright? I don't care about you. Exactly. I'm just gonna do my own thing. Can I mine that? Oh, I picked them up. I blocked. You saw that? Shiny? Ancient cave marking. Well, what do I do? Is there like a way that I can note this down? Wait, are they worshipping the wolf? My new PC has arrived. Oh, heck yeah! Heck yeah! Now you can play the games you want with more fun. Also, welcome in 99, right? Oh my god. So, do I mind this? I mean... Okay, bring it on. No one to... What? Is this horror game? This feels horror game. I feel like I want to shit my pants already. Okay. Meat pile. Oh, entrails? I don't need that. Tend to play the same games I was playing yesterday. Oh, but with better experience. Now that's different. Heck yeah, that's amazing. Who? Oof! Oof! Oh my god! Oof! Fenris Claw? Standing Brazier? What? I'm confused. Okay. Fenris hair. Fenris coat, Fenris legging, and Fenris rippers. Oh, I can punch more things. Sorry, I'm just getting a little bit too excited here, but don't need that. I need more Fenris hair. So there's still more places I can go. There are 2 ladders to go down, actually. Why the middle one here? Alright, guess I'm going down. Gonna get more shiny. I'm so gonna get lost here, what the hell? Oh my god, alright. More than 30 FPS? Am I even able to go faster than 200 kps in Forza? More? So a wolf put human on cross and they pissed and they tried to fight back against the wolfman? I don't know. This is too much for my brain capacity. Oh, wait. That's what I need. That's what I need. Going down. Yes, sir. We found it. Dragon. Mother. Where the fuck? Huh? Hey. That's not a cross. It's a spear or something? Probably. Where's Mother? What the? Right. Okay. Well, that's a oh my god. That is so far. What the fuck? Alright. We'll make our way there eventually. I mean, nothing I cannot handle. Oh, there's another one. Look, there's another one. What the holy shit, how deep does this go? Honestly, I'm actually terrified. Like, oh, goddamn. Well, I'm getting a lot of shiny. Fenris hair, maybe? I think that's enemy. Fuck you. They are extremely weak. Oh, we got more hair at least. How is hair so heavy? Ayoe. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm not scared at all. I've been licked among. Thank you, numbers. For 21 months, holy shit, thank you, thank you. You know, honestly, I've been looking at the GIF that you sent me, that licking GIF. Holy shit, it's so good. I'm not watching on your PC. Heck yeah. I'm a number. I mean, number. Oh, nice. I mean, the bats aren't really doing anything like, yeah. Guess we go back down. Oh, ow. Just stopping by before I EP. An extra cold today. Oh. Well, many blankets stay toasty. I would say much resolution, but you're only 720p. Yeah, my PC cannot handle too much, or else it will explode actually. I tried. It's minus 18. Holy fuck! I hate the bats. I mean, god, I love bats, but in this game, bats are like bullshit. They don't do anything, but they just like being pure annoyance. That's it. Okay, I think I need to go up once more. Yeah. Time for me to stream at 16k. Well, fuck yeah. 17 and it's 9 p.m. Whoa. It's almost. Let me check the time. It's 6:31 currently. I don't know how hot it is currently, but today, honestly, today it's not that hot, so I feel great. Oh. Oh. Well, got some free hair. I think today is a nice cool like 29 Celsius, I think. Yeah, today's weather has been pretty nice. That looks different. Another dead end, huh? Well, we got what we needed here, and I think that's the entire dungeon. Okay, gonna go wrap up the blankets, maybe steal a Kobo for more warmth. You can definitely take the Kobo and snuggle, because I like it. Even though Kobo is still cold-blooded, but I think that helps a little bit. Have good EP numbers. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the stop again. Right, let's go out. Well, at least we found our goal, so at least I know what to do next stream. And I think my armor is like pretty good enough, right? I don't think there's going to be any like new seeds here, like any crops for me to grow. I tried parrying that. Would general be best way to send pick or PC? I think that should be fine, yeah. I'm gonna make new punch weapon though. You know what? Time to go back to the base real quick. More egu here? Oh no, my mouse wheel. Come on, mouse wheel, work. Yeah. Come on, mouse wheel. Oh, hell yeah, there we go. Egu. I think the big snow cave, it's already done. Shiny. I could get some more obsidian, even though I'm not too sure what I need it for. Is there another egu? Oh wait, no, it's not another, it's the same one. Yeah, they're pretty heavy. Alright, let's get back. It's a good haul. We found the boss area and we found some new things and we can make a new punch weapon. Oh my god. And we got a lot of mega shinies as well. Too much shiny? Question mark? Oh no. I'm putting flint away. Like, I don't think I need flint anymore. To the horde pile we go. Oh yeah, I can make the helmet as well. What the heck is going on here? Being a menace here, I see, huh? My favorite music. I think I can throw away the bear items now. Yeah. The Rare items and ectoplasm. I guess I can make this for fun. Twig. Ui! 哇，鸡巴干，吓死了，妹真的是。What did I make you for? Oh, are you like defending my house in a way? I don't know if I trust you though. What the fuck? You're trying to destroy me? Well, I'll put one there. Have fun. That's trophy. I need hair here. Okay, some core wood trophy. Right, I can make this one. Wolf sight. Oh, it's a trinket. Increase bow skill, spear skill, increase pierce damage. Adrenaline 55. It's alright, I guess. Flesh rippers. I need more claw. No. If claws work for wolves, why not for a Viking? Exactly. God, I need more fan. How? How do I get Fenris claw? Oh, upset cobalt noises. Alright, Kobo should be strong as heck now. Oh. Wait, no, I don't want to do that. I think it's the horde power that's making my PC lag every time I look at it. Oh, don't. I can put a Drake trophy now. I don't want to put Drake trophy so low though. Oh, that's the hen, okay. That doesn't really look like a dragon, but it works. I want to make... That's nice. Hey, come here. Attack it. So you only attack me, then I make you for what? For what? You only attack me, you don't attack the enemy. What are you made for? Oh. Oh, okay. No? That's fast. That's slow. That's medium. Oh my god. Is this for practice purposes? That's fast. This might be for practice purposes. The first one, this medium one, looks slightly similar. Yeah, okay, okay. It's swing but sideways. Okay, straight, it's fast. That's medium. Okay, that's medium. Oh my god. Well, that's fun. I just failed a capture. Apparently swans don't move like crows. Aren't they similar, question mark? I thought... Do they not? They do, right? That's why I thought they're both birds. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes the capture is so weird. Think swans and crows are both jimkin? Exactly, right? Exactly, they are. What a weird item that I just made. I made the item specifically just to attack me. Also, hi Chip. Oh my god. Welcome, welcome Chip. Hope Chip is doing good. Oh. Movement speed plus 3? Oh shit. Fenris Blessing makes you quick on your feet so you can pass through fire and your fists feel the power of the beast. Resistance versus fire, fist plus 15. That's good as fuck. Oh my god. Wait, I might just wear this. And find Hobria too? My body's sore, but the good kind of sore, so no complaints there. Fenris coat. So then how can we hurt across the land? Makes you quick in your feet. So... Oh, resistance versus frost! Okay, so I can still wear this. The joys of new electronic devices. New PC, always a nice feeling. Sunset encounter. I love how whenever I say that and then people just be like, oh yeah, that's a dragon's doing. Yeah, but god, how I wish though. It's because of me carrying a lot of spare parts yesterday, trying to sell them as scrap metal. So yeah, but I would love to feel sore because of dragon. Like that would be so nice, honestly. SMS satellite internet doesn't know where I am. Oh. Isn't that good, question mark? Wait, no, satellite. Oh, I don't know. Shimmer Kobo dreams? Getting destroyed by dragons? Oh, man. Just so y'all know, there's flood warning in Sacramento. It thinks I'm in America. Oh, be careful with the flood. It's such a weird thing. I guess it's there for me to improve my blocking skills constantly. Back to lurk. Have a good lurk, Chip. Thank you. I need more Fenris thing. That means I need to find more. I need to find more Frost Cave. I want to make a full Fenris armor. I feel like that's way better than the heavy armor that I'm wearing right now. It's good, right? But being able to walk fast is what I love. You? What's going on? There's so many games I want to play at decent frame rates. Gonna play more Ark? Ooh, Ark is so good. I remember like sinking so many hours on Ark. Such a fun game. No wood, no resin? Wait, am I out of wood? I'm out of wood? But oh no, not much till I get my proper setup. I need wood. Minecraft are like 200 mods. Hey, Minecraft 200 mods sounds like a good time. Okay. God, that was way too close. Space Engineers 2, Grounded 2, Subnautica 2. I'm always afraid of playing Subnautica 2, or like Subnautica in general. Uh-oh. Well, it's okay. I'm afraid of deep sea. It's not that bad really. I mean, it's just my fear of like being underwater or like, yeah. With a mod that makes the water more clear. Oh, I mean, that's pretty nice. I think to me it's like the feeling of not able to breathe and eventually run out of like oxygen. Something about that like scares me a lot to the point where I would actually just like cry on the spot. Yeah, I would do that. Like I would cry uncontrollably. Like something, oh yeah, something like I know this is like very weird, but on Sonic and Knuckles, or like Sonic in general, when I drown, I would actually just cry on the spot. Like that that sense of dread is something that I cannot handle. And then when the music kicks in, you know, like that one, when that kicks in, yeah, that just no, right? No. So sometimes when my parents like, why are you crying? Why are you crying? It's like, I'm afraid of water. And then when I say I'm afraid of water, it's like, they go like, It's like, it's real, it's so scary, it's like, I cannot help it. And that's how I know I have like fear of water or something. Oh, that works. I can't swim and I love Subnautica. That's fair. Right? Loving Subnautica is good, right? I want to love Subnautica, which, you know, I love like survival crafting game. I really do. It's just the fact that the game revolves around being deep underwater. It's just a phobia that I really cannot handle. Like, even in this game, when I'm just like sailing on a raft, a ship, and then when the water is like a little bit on the like heavy waves, I was at the verge of crying. Like, I cannot. Give it a go with chats, I'm sure you'll be fine. The Arc Water scares me more than Subnautica. Yeah, that's why I never play until like the tech. But when I play like I need the tech stuff that I need to go underwater, it's like, yeah, no, I'm not playing anymore. Still, I sink like 900 hours in Arc. Because I keep like replaying the game because it's so fun. I mean, on and off 900 hours, right? Something like that. I guess I can throw away this one for now. Right, since I already have a better battle axe already. Just know you have an oxygen tank, a submarine and such. Might even good to help you face your fear. Sometimes, yeah, but it's just this one fear. I already overcome the fear of like being in the dark or like being alone and stuff like that. Like I used to be a kid where I would cry when I don't see anyone around when I sleep, and then in the dark as well, I have to sleep in open light. Well, those one was like a small thing, honestly, and I can eventually grow out of it, so that one is fine. It's just the fear of water, I just really cannot handle that. Like, anything is fine, I could learn, but that one, ooh. Maybe I can try here, right? Since I have incentive here, maybe I can try playing with a boat here. It's going to be a long trip, right? Long trip on our way to Mulder, which is northeast, right? Yeah, northeast of where I am right now. I'm pretty sure at some point I will need to use a boat to travel. Like how I first went to the swamp and stuff like that. Then maybe I could try to try and use the boat. Maybe even find some serpent to kill. I don't know. Maybe I can try that. Yeah, I would never play that in VR. Like, I feel like that's death. I mean, I'm not really drinking a lot of meat here. Poison arrow on a poison bow? I could use this for now. I guess I can... Next time when I play the game, I can slowly make my way to Zebas, right? It is so fucking far. Holy! Yeah, I guess I can make my way there slowly. And at any point if I encounter mountains, I guess. Yeah, I guess I can try to find the cave around there. But that's for next time because currently I'm feeling very hungry. I need food. Yeah, it's 7. Man, it's already 7. Time... Like, the thing is, time flies when I play Valheim, goddammit. What food am I getting? I don't know. I'm feeling spicy food. I'm feeling a little bit of curry rice. I'm feeling a little bit of curry rice actually. Oh, do I want buttermilk chicken or buttermilk fish? Oh, buttermilk fish is so good though. I mean, I guess I can order that one. But curry I can use like the instant packet to make curry easily. Takes some time though. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe I should just order them. Maybe I should just order them. Yeah, maybe I should get curry. Wouldn't ordering take longer? Probably? But whenever I use Food Panda, usually it takes about like half an hour. It is kind of longer though. okay, it is longer. Then maybe I can stop being lazy and make it on my own. Cooking stream? Nah, I'm not that good. So I'm not that good that I can make a cooking stream. And I live with my family. It would be very hard to do that, I feel like. I feel like they would be like, oh my god, what the fuck are you doing? You want to destroy my kitchen, is it, huh? Alright, that's it for today. I wanna go get some food, and then I'm probably gonna go EP early because my head hurts today. Yeah, that's pretty much it. God, Valheim is great. Fuck. Having that 3 times resource is so good. No, oh my god. It also makes the game so much playable. It's so good. Enjoy food, thank you. Here, let me find... Alright, Taragat. Alright, Taragat. Fat Tuna King? I wonder if Fat Tuna King is like ending. I mean, they raided me before, I kinda want to return the favor. But I'm not too sure if they're ending the stream or not. Oh yeah, they're ending the stream, okay. Alright. Maybe not raid Fat Tuna King then. I want to raid Daisy, but every time I raid Daisy, it shows like a clip, and I'm always so embarrassed when the random clip is shown. I don't like that. It's like, I don't like it. I guess we raid Johnny. Yeah, let's raid Johnny. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Here, let me plug my things real quick. Bah. Look at that. And coffee good, and coffee helps. That's a monthly subscription thing if you want. I also have a Discord channel. My brain doesn't know how to talk anymore. Should I do a test stream today? It's entirely up to you, honestly. If you want to give it a go, you can always give it a go and give it a try and see how it feels. Right? Something like that. I also have a Discord channel. Discord, good. I announce my stream stuff over there, and there's a Dragon Simping corner because I like Dragon. Try a slice of— what the fuck? What do you mean try a slice of me? More of can I stream without lag? I mean, with my rig I can stream without much lag. So yours should be fine? Considering lots of games that you can play, I mean, according to how you mentioned how strong your PC is, I think it should be fine. I mean, it's just network speeds. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, network speed's a thing. My network speed... Can I do a speed test here? I don't know how fast my speed is though. Internet speed test. I don't know how. Check your internet speed under 30 seconds. The speed test usually transfers less than 40 megabytes of data, but may transfer more data on fast connections. Everyone wants to taste. What? Can I taste the tail? Oh my god. No, my tail. Internet speed test. Testing download. Oh. Holy shit, my download is so fast. No way. My upload is that fast? Really? What the fuck? If my download is 100 megabytes per second? Your internet connection is very fast. Are you lying? If my internet... Okay, this is my internet speed, it says. Okay. If my speed is this fast, I don't need to... What? I mean, I see when I download things on Steam, usually it runs like 10 or something, less than 10. Like 10 is the maximum. Like, what the fuck? I don't think it's that fast. This is fast as fuck. Holy shit. It's lying. It's lying. 10 megabytes? I mean, it usually runs at like... 3 megabytes per second when downloading. Turn the 15 and 106. I mean, way faster than mine, so it should be good. Make my day start again. MB versus MB? Are there any different? MB equals megabytes, MB equals megabits. Oh, that's unknown territory. I don't know anything about those things. 4 hours for 1 gigabyte download. Yeah, we don't talk about the Streamix days now. Like Telecom and Streamix used to be like the shit. remember when Streamix used to be like, yeah, 1 megabytes per second. I'm the fastest like internet ever. It's like, oh my god, everyone, we need to get Streamix. Streamix was the shit. That test is in megabits Mbps, so what's the other one again? Megabyte? Oh, I've been saying megabyte. Is it different? Oh, thanks for snoozing the ad. Divide your speed by 8. So it's super duper fast? Megabytes, Mbps. I always thought there's only like one kind of Mbps. Well, I guess I don't know anything about that. So I just don't think it runs at 106 megabits per second. I don't think so, right? It's a fucking lie. If it actually runs that fast, like, brother, I wouldn't lag it. Like, sometimes it lags at 720p YouTube videos, and I have to change to 360 because the internet connection couldn't handle it. It's like, oh my god. How about, is there any other like speed test that I can try? So 10 megabit, no, 80 megabit equals 10 megabyte. So if that one was megabit, I need to divide that by 8. Ookla? Speed test by Ookla. Oh, okay. Here, let me go here just so that they don't show any, like, I don't get doxed. It doesn't show anything. It doesn't show anything. I mean, it shows Max's IP, but that's not my IP, so it should be fine. I mean, I'm not gonna dox myself, right? I mean, not that I want to do that. Yeah, Max's server KL or PJ. Oh, Max's, okay, Max's KL, okay. Holy shit! Here, I'm showing this. Like, what? What? They have setting toggle between MB and MB. This is M small b, so this is way faster. What the fuck? Like, are they doing this? Are they doing this just be like, oh yeah, your speed is like, oh yeah, your speed is fine, or something like that, There's no way it runs this fast. Like, if it actually runs this fast, I could... Okay, let's see. If it's this, right? It should take 4 seconds to download this Valheim. Alright, let's see. Any game that's small that I can give it a try. I mean, I have some small games, I guess. Okay. How big are you? 1 gigabyte. Okay. If it actually runs at 400 whatever MB it is, right? This game is fucking 1 gigabyte. It should take 3 seconds. Speed test required both you and the server you connect to have the speed. AimLab. I don't use AimLab, but the Google speed test the cap at around 200. Oh, okay. 12 minutes. Also, your hard disk is slow. I mean, my hard disk is slow, but it's the internet speed. I'm not talking about like hardware speed. Mbps, the game is NB. Okay, wait, let me think. Oh fuck. 哎呀，我操！头脑有点痛啊。M small b is bigger than M big B? So if that was 400 49.24, okay. Let's say 49. We times that by 8, right? We divide by 8. So my speed is 56. If 1 second... If 1 second... 54, 24, 10, 20... 20 seconds? 20 seconds to get to 1 gigabyte? 8 MB in 1... Oh, that's the same MB then. I think Thursday is HDD. Only my C is SSD. How many MB in GB? I don't know. Okay. With my knowledge, this should be downloaded in 20 seconds. And I'm downloading to my SSD. Oh, what happened? It's about 20 seconds now. So a little bit more than 20 seconds? Close enough. Close enough, close enough. Close enough, close enough. Just go to the Steam downloading page. I don't know that much sometimes. Look, my brain doesn't work, I'm hungry, okay? I'm trying my best to like learn what's going on. My brain doesn't work anymore. I'm hungry. Gold mining simulator? Oh, what? There's gold mining simulator? Gold mining. Oh my god, there's a gold mining simulator. It's mostly positive, but English reviews is mixed. Well, I'm adding that to my wish list. Oh, it looks so real though. Oh, like, it's trying to... Is this 7 days to die? I'm looking at the game trailer. I mean, the graphic fidelity just reminds me of 7 Days to Die entirely. But gold mining though? Well, we're gonna watch Johnny play Gold Mining Simulator. I'm gonna rate Johnny. Accelerate message. I need to get food quick. I need food. Let me type in the rate to Johnny. Okay, there we go. I typed in the rate. I typed in the rate. It picks up Kobo. Oh. Uh-oh. Am I staring at people eating ice cream? You want the uppies? Yeah, always. Okay, there we go. I'm ready to rate. She wanna eat? No, that's you. That's you. Alright. Before the raid, I want to say I'm so hungry. Wait, no, that's not it. Thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that เอกสาร has been loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, alright? And here comes the raid. Ooh, a Johnny Dirk. Hey, yeah. So she can feel how it is to fly. I mean, if I have my 3D model, I can get yeet so many times and I would know how to fly, I guess. Maybe. Great dragon. Great shiny dragon. The shiny dragon. I don't think there's anything else. I'm good. Tomorrow I'm gonna play more Valheim, and I cannot wait to meet the big dragon though, but it's probably gonna take like 2-3 sessions for me to reach there even. So that's gonna be a long journey before you reach there, right? I'm gonna press the rate now button now because I'm very hungry, so take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Take care. Bye.